Alrighty. Are we back? I'm sorry, y'all. We tried it. I tried the XSplit. I gave it a shot. I gave it a shot. Say what y'all want to say. I gave it a shot. Alright? I gave it a shot. So let's play another song. Let me get set up here. Unfortunately, we gotta play another song while I get set up here. I gave the XSplit a chance. I'm sick of it. The other guys can have it. Let me come back here where I know what I'm doing. I can have all my features. Show me love because I'm not a thug. I said you won't show me love because I'm not a thug. Bring that beat back. You won't show me love because I'm not a thug. You won't show me love because I'm not a thug. I'm not a rapper, I'm a battler, a scrapper. Someone who's in this for the sport. In 50 years, no one distinguish my torch. I'm still blazing, still raising hell. Riff after riff, you know I never fell to another. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. I stay crisper than the crust of a week old pie. I stay true to the game, there's no lie. You suckers sound queer, you know why? Because you show fear. When I come on the set, cut dumb, sissy, punks like you are wrecked. I put you in the blender, put you in an envelope and mail your butt. Address back to a damn sender. You won't show me love because I'm not a thug. You won't show me love because I'm not a thug. You wanna treat me like a scrub. You won't show me love because I'm not a thug. You won't show me love because I'm not a thug. acapella. I'm on the keyboard. That's how you know it ain't sample. The beat I made stopped playing. It didn't stop me. I kept right on going. I wasn't ready to end the song. The beat tapped out, but I didn't. Should have made the beat longer. When you can make your own music, you can do anything you want to do. You might make fun. You're using that $200 keyboard. You need to come get the cakewalk. You need to come get the Fruity Loops. You need to come get the 808. Man, you can give me 8D batteries and sit me on the corner. I have a song ready for you in 20 minutes. And can start working on the next one. That's talent. It don't take talent to play somebody else's music. You can talk to me till you blue in the face. You ain't gonna win that argument. Because I'll cut you down. Making that argument is like somebody telling me, oh, you don't know how to rap. I never said I was a rapper. I'm a lyricist. I can take what I want to say to you, I can take it and put it in rhyme form. And whether it's to educate you or humiliate you, I can do it and can do it in minutes. I don't sit around making up freestyles that don't say nothing. But you give me a pen and a pad, and I'll sit down and create you whatever you want. And it'll be in rhyme form. Now, if under duress, can I freestyle? Yeah. If under duress, yes I can. So let's get to it. Today's show is called Breaking News. We're going to look at the news. And I want to know y'all opinion on the news. See, you can go look at the news yourself. But we can come to this platform together. Look at the news. Never, Liz. Never. I don't know a note from a joke. But I know I can make the sound in my head. Now, you got to make the keyboard sound like the sound in your head. All natural. Remember we had somebody in here saying that the beats that I was using sound like something he heard before. This dude didn't give me a beat machine. He didn't give me a set of drums. All we got is the first key is your kick drum. And they give you 6 different kinds of kick drums. Now, anything else you add to it. But that's what they give you. It's called a drum kit. They give you all the sounds, the cymbals, and everything. When you hitting one key, it's only so much you can do. That's why you'll hear some songs, I'm playing the bongos. You'll hear some songs, I'm playing them tall drums. Because they only give you one key for the kick drum. And so, you gotta try to come up with different beats Why you're limited. And that's why you'll hear beats, I beat that, but it always start out with one, that, because that's the first key on the keyboard, and that's your kick drum. You know, boom, boom, boom. So everything is going to start like that. And you can go boom, that, boom, boom. You can switch it up, but it's still going to be boom, boom. Everything going to be boom, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. But it's always going to be 1. Because that's the key you got, 1. And you can add other things there, 1, 1, 1. No matter what, you still going to hit 1. It's going to be a 1. And you say you used to play the piano. But you know, when you're playing the piano, that first note set up everything else. Same thing here. So everything is going to be off of 1. And you can double it up. 1, that, 1, that. You can even speed it up. 1, that. Whatever you do, it's going to be that. And you had the drums, but if you playing a drum kit, it's always going to be doom tat or doom tat tat or doom tat tat or doom tat tat. It's always going to be doom. So don't sit there and say that it sounds like everything else. Most people are still doing that. No matter what, you still got to hit that 1. It's only so much you can do with the 1. You can double up on it. You can play the clap first. Clap, 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 doom, doom, clap, 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 doom, doom. But you're still going 1, 1. No matter what you do, you got to go 1. As long as you got to go 1, how come somebody else ain't doing the same thing you doing? I'm just asking you. How many different ways can you do 1? 1 tap. You know, tap, tap, tap. You still hitting that 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You still hitting 1. No matter what you do, you're hitting 1. Somewhere in the world, somebody else is doing the same thing that you're doing. How are you not going to sound like somebody else? But if all you stuck on is the beat, everybody not going to have the same melody. Everybody not going to have the same bass line. I'm just saying. But if you're doing any kind of hip hop music, you're doing any kind of dance music, any kind of trance music, go listen to the songs. They always start off 1 and something else. Everything is 1. There ain't no getting around it. 1, that, 1, that, 1, 1. It's always 1. And like I said, if everybody's doing 1, some people are going to sound the same. Because we all using 1. Next time you listen to the song, listen for the 1. The 1 is your kick drum, your bass drum. 1. Everything comes off of 1. Just like when you learn how to dance. You put your first foot forward, second foot next. It's always 1. When you playing the keyboard, that first key you hit, that 1. Every other key you hit after that follows that 1. If you hitting that 1, why can't somebody else hit it? You might play Somebody else might come by and go, somebody say, you stole his music, God damn it, I heard it. It sounds just like it. Really? You know, somebody took my it's in 3 songs. Somebody stole my melody. It's in 3 songs. I made that melody probably before people even was born. But I've heard people say, that's not your melody. That's such and such. But then I asked them, you play the keyboard, Liz. Where is the other part? You know that when you play a melody, that a real melody has 2 parts to it, not 1. Somebody sampling something will have 1, but somebody who composed a real melody will always have 2. And this is why you can't rap the classical music. You can't clap the big band. You can't rap the big band music. You can't rap the R&B music. Why? They don't just use, unless they've been in the studio, they don't just use 1 melody. A melody has a beginning and it has an ending. But most people in the studio, they have and then they'll stop it and have the beat play or the bass line play. They don't have an ending. But if you compose something, you have an ending. And it's really difficult because it's hard to rap. You gotta have the same burn, 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 burn. You mess it up. Burn, 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 burn. Kind of hard to rap because you got switch. What do you, oh, what do you, oh, what do you, oh. You will look retarded on stage. So you gotta have the same constant melody. I grew up, I'm a child of the 70s, so I grew up with Sesame Street, the Electric Company. When those kid shows went off, you had the orchestra shows come on. There wasn't nothing else on TV. And that's the reason why I have a band effect. People say that it's too, because I have the band effect, I make the keyboard sound even cheaper than it is because I don't try to make it sound rapish. I actually like the old sound, and I bring the old sound. And they consider the old sound to be boring or useless, but that's what real music is. You know, when you have somebody actually compose something for you, they actually can compose the music to your words. And rap, you can't do that. Because the person would sound retarded trying to keep up with your rapping. Just like our theme song. We actually got a copyright one of the times I did my theme song. But Hold Me Tight or Just a Little Girl I don't remember what she calls it, but Patti LaBelle did that song. My uncle had her tape, and I'll be in the bathroom shaving and get ready to go to work. I would play it. And that's how I got to like that song. And my version of it don't sound nothing like it. But I like the words, and I played the words. I put the music to the words. And that's why they couldn't hold that flag. They were trying to say that I was playing her song, and so she should get the money for the video. I had to tell them, that's my song. And they're going to say, well, you were singing the words. Yeah, but I made the music for the words. Thirsty. I took her words and put it in music. Hold me tight. Don't turn off the lights. Then double keys. Just and went right on down. I actually took her words and put it in music. And you can hear it in the theme song when I play it. Oh, YouTube flagged us a couple years ago. But that's all I did. Started at the very top of the keyboard and Liz used to play the keyboard and just went, except I held it down. Hold me tight. Don't turn off the lights. Then 2 keys. Just let your words embrace me like a father's loving arm. Protect me from the night. It will be alright. 2 keys again, cause tonight, I'm just your little girl. And at the end of it, you hear me play it out. For the song, I didn't play that last part. You understand what I'm saying? For that song, I didn't play the last part. Like, should be right here. We just did it, right? Excuse me. If you listen, hold me tight, don't turn off the light. Hold me tight, don't turn off the lights. I'm just playing that one part, but at the end, hold me tight, don't turn off the light. And we're gonna play it out. Let your words embrace me like a father's loving arm. Protect me from the night. It will be alright, 'cause tonight I'm just your little girl. Ooh. I took her words. The song don't sound nothing like that. But I took her words and put it to music. Hey Liz, you two flagged me for singing We Are Family, and I was just singing it. I don't even know the words to the song. I don't even know the break. I was just singing it. See, and I won't sing it now because they might flag us. I was just singing the break. They tried to flag us for that. I'm like, what? I was singing the break. I went and told them, I said, that's my song I'm singing. They say some company, MGM, SGM, whatever it is, were trying to say that I was playing that song. My music don't sound nothing like that. If I didn't think they was gonna flag, I would actually play it right now, but they're gonna flag. Yeah, I've done it before. It don't sound nothing. My song don't sound nothing like the music in her song. Her song is more like blam 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 blam. They're like hops. Blam 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 blam. Dun, dun, dun. Now I like the break. Come on and hold me tight. Don't turn off the light. Just let your words embrace me like a father's loving arm. Protect me from the night. It will be alright. 'Cause tonight I'm just your little girl. Ooh. I don't sound nothing like that. But the music sounds like the words. And don't get me wrong, Patty Bell was getting down. She was singing that song. But her music was kind of dull and drab. But I took the words. I took her words and I made a whole different thing off the words. But I can still say the words to it because I went with the words. So that's why it hits like that, because the music is saying the words, except that I stop it. In rap music, you have to repeat. You can't go all the way out. That's why at the end, you hear me going all the way out because the song's over. But if you rapping to something, you can't rap to something like that. You'll be switching up. And just like I told you, somebody came up with the same thing I came up with, but they didn't finish it. Like, but they didn't finish it. Where's the rest of it at? You know, if you're playing the keyboard, you ain't playing the same thing over and over again. You gotta take it out. And I do. You gotta take it out. I'm trying to remember what song that is. I got so many songs, I can't remember what song it is. What song is that? What is that? Is this it right here? Listen to this beat, Liz. See how it's playing out? Huh? This is how you know it's not sampled. Here we go. Take it out. See how I'm taking it out? Both of them, they being took out. It ain't just one little quick thing. They got a beginning and an end. What I said? 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. All we got had that 1. I can give you another example. Where is it? He took a beginning and an end in this song. Different beat, different bass lines, different melodies. And I'm switching everything up. Time to go to the other side of the keyboard. Take it out. Switch and get ready. Bring it back. Then we switching. Got change the tone. We come back. Come on. Now watch. Bring it back now. Time to switch. Here we go. Check it out. See, you can play them all together. When I do it, they all match. It don't matter what you playing, everything goes together. It doesn't matter what I play. I can play two melodies together and nothing else. I can play the bass line in the melody. I can play the beat in the melody. I can just play all melodies. Everything is going to flow. Even if I got it set up to go, two things to go together, the other two is still going to mix with them. That's something I like to do. I like to have my stuff mixed. So that way, if I'm rapping to it, it don't matter what play. They all play together so I don't get thrown off. That's the real reason why you can't have no bluesy hip hop song, because a person can't follow it. But I make sure everything go together. And then I just recite to it. I don't worry about rapping. I just worry about getting the words out. As long as the words make sense, can't nobody really say nothing. But that's what I was saying about having a beginning and an end. Every song, the melody should have a beginning and they should have an end. They said it's about time you record a new song. That keyboard went over there in the corner. I had to bring the bassinet over, and then I gotta find a place to plug it up. The cord for the keyboard right there. Keyboard corner. Maybe one day we'll do a musical. The last time we did it, one of my kids said that the bass lines were giving her a headache, and we haven't done one since then. But maybe. Since you used to play, maybe you can give me a few melodies to play. The easiest way is to do it in your head. I found. I remember I actually ordered this starter kit offline. And it was supposed to show you how to play the keyboard. Man, I was looking at that stuff. 5 minutes later, I was doing something. 5 minutes later, Liz, I was actually making the song. I had thrown that stuff to the side. I got bored. It was trying to tell me how to play. It was showing you the notes and telling you what keys to hit to play a song. And I was like, I don't want to play somebody else's song. Now, in hindsight, I wish I had learned some of those songs, because you could be at a party and then Liz said, that was years and years ago, laugh out loud. She said, I probably don't even remember how to read music. Well, I tell you, my cousin, she got a keyboard for Christmas. And she was only about 4 years old. And so me and her brother was there. She fiddled with it for a minute and went and played with some dolls. He fiddled with it for a minute and got frustrated. I played with it for the next 4 hours. They told me we tired of hearing it. They turned that thing off. And I said, one day I'm going to get a keyboard, make some music. Music. Liz said, I have a cousin who plays by ear. It's amazing to hear her play. And one day I had got a job and I had worked overtime. And minimum wage was $3.35, so I was making like $3.85. And I had worked like 50 hours. And so I had a nice little check. And I went to Montgomery Ward. And I bought my first keyboard. And I bought my first keyboard. I think I was like... But I had a keyboard, but it was a little rinky-dink thing. Y'all heard my first song. So you know that the first keyboard I had was rinky dinky. I mean, this thing was one of them little Radio Shack. Back then it was like $20. I don't know what they call it now. Back then it was like $20. I mean, it was rinky dinky. Oh shucks. It wouldn't be in this folder. It would be in this folder because I don't have no instrumental copies. La 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 la. Wait a minute, there it is. Listen, Liz. $20 keyboard. $20. $20 keyboard. 2 tape recorders in a boombox, a microphone. No, I had to use the microphone on one of the recorders. I didn't have a microphone. But even back then, Jen said she started off on the piano, and then the teacher gave us to play an organ as well. Now I'm playing it live. I got all this stuff in front of me around the keyboard, and I'm playing it live. Didn't have a microphone, so hands were free. Sweet cherry. And I'm freestyling. You had to hit record and make the beat. Rewind the tape back, switch, hit play, hit record, add the bass line. Stop, rewind, switch tapes. That's why I don't have an instrumental. Because I kept re-recording over it. Yep, $20 keyboard. Little itty bitty ones. I'm still in it. Shouldn't have started. I'm a taskmaster. You heard me say after 14 years, I'm still around. Let's make it last forever. Well, then you know about the one man show. Well, then you know about the one man show. Now, if you listen, hold me tight.
Yeah, you feel bad. Yeah. I'm gonna like that. Get back, move respect. The place is back. Think I'm ready for wreck. You know what you're doing. I'm telling you, you don't know shit. So you better think. It's when I come to get you. I'm on my dirty mind. They can't get with me. And I'm not with you. What can you do? You better go run and hide behind your group. You better get your gas. So I'm ready to attack. Don't bring that back, son. You better bring the back. On out the line. And start coming to keep your behind.
Hey!
I got the town. And I'm housing on this plane. Sit back and watch me. I'm all in this hit. It all comes from me. From my soul. That's why I told you I hit the goal, son. Nobody else can rhyme like this.
Now I was lazy.
You know I'm shooting again. When I'm on the mic,
What do I do for the break?
so check it out. Because I'm banging the vibe. Second verse, so you better call me. You better get the hurt right. I'm gonna hurt you. Your friends will desert you. Because when I come, I'm bringing over my teeth. I got my teeth with my makeup and my girl.
come back.
Right outside the store. Boy, they know. I'm Bubba Derrick, the one man show. That's a one man band. They gotta understand. I made this rap with my hands.
But no computers. I didn't have the stamp or the steel. That's why the shit that I do is for real.
So you gotta stand back
and watch me rock as I bang the box. Hold up, get ready.
because you know when I come, I'm steady unnerving.
I never will the
You ever do
to the attack.
when I'm on the mic?
You better join a frat. You're no father and you can't bother. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Because I make my own shit, that's why you can't get with this. Everything I do is a motherfucking hit, and I'm doing all time. You can't stop me rhyme.
Because I'm too quick and I'm too slick. Because the rhymes that I say up there.
I'm ready to rock, cause Derrick is banging the box.
Taking me back to the old days, boy. This taking me back to the old days. I used to just go up top of my head. But you can see I don't know if y'all remember, but there was this group called the Skinny Boys. There was an imitation of the Fat Boys, but they called themselves the Skinny Boys. And they had a song called it wasn't called the Human Beatbox. It was called, they called him a beatboxer. It was something else. Y'all remember back in the day? And the guy was beatboxing, and somebody was playing a keyboard. And they was playing that in the background. And I said, man, I can do better than that. But see, it didn't take 4 people for me to do a song. It just took me. But somebody was playing in the background, and they were using that same tone. I said, well, I can do that. But they call them the human jock box. What was it? The human jock box. I said, I can do that. And that's what I did. Just said I can somewhat hear the other song, not much of your theme song. But yeah, because I still had, I was still listening every time I went over my grandmother's house. That same tape for years. I mean years. That same tape was in there, and I was still listening to it. And I actually started it out. Hold me tight. Hold me tight. But see, the words, not the music, the words. If, let's say that somebody asks you, is the compose a song, they had the words to a song, and they said, I want you to compose this track for it. And say it was a slow song. That would be a challenge. To have a note for every word. But the song was, I love you always. And you would have to play, love you, I love you always. I love you always. There'll never be another. Even your handsome brother couldn't take me away from you. You're the one for me. You had to have a note. You have a key for every different word. And that if somebody didn't know the words, they could hum the notes. I don't know the words, but I love you. Always. I always like doing music like that. So even if you don't, but like I said, you can't do that. You only do that with songs, with somebody singing. Very hard to do with rap because you say so many different things so fast that it would sound kind of retarded trying to play a different key for each word you said. And I'm coming to get you. It won't sound right. Let's get back to our stories. I hope I ain't bored everybody. Anybody still here? Oh, I lost my place. Doggone it. Wait a minute, y'all. I lost my place. I sent so many things here. Liz know what I'm talking about. I sent so many, I lost my place. Where we at? Take your time. Was that yesterday or today? I got so many of them here, I can't tell which one is which. Oh, there's only one way to find out. Let's go.
And good evening at 5 o'clock. I'm Sade Better-in-Law.
And I'm Bill Ritter. More on those stories in a moment. But first, we are working some breaking news right now. A 73-year-old grandmother shoved onto the subway tracks in Brooklyn this afternoon. The suspect on the run.
Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang live in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn, with what led up to the violence. Lucy?
Well, that's right, Sade and Bill. What a harrowing moment here at the Clinton, Washington subway station in Brooklyn when a 73-year-old grandmother is pushed onto the tracks. We want to show you some video from the subway station and from our newscopter above. It happened around 1:45 this afternoon. Thankfully, that grandmother is at the hospital right now recovering. But here are the steps which led up to this heart-stopping crime. We understand a man in his 30s was with his grandparents. He saw another man smoking on the platform. He told him smoking was not allowed on the platform, and it went downhill from there. We're told a fight broke out between the smoker, the man, and the grandfather. All that was left at that point was the grandmother, and she got pushed onto the tracks. Thankfully, the train operator coming into the station saw her on the tracks, stopped the incoming train in time. She was rescued and taken to the hospital. Okay, we can exhale now. She is all right. The grandmother,
that don't make no sense.
All over a cigarette. A 73-year-old grandmother is pushed onto the tracks. Her husband, her grandson are beaten up in this altercation because they had asked the smoker not to smoke in the subway station. This happened around 1:45 this afternoon at the Clinton, Washington Avenue subway station here in Clinton Hills, Brooklyn. And as Bill mentioned earlier, the suspect fled.
That's a daggone shame. And y'all know that's a shame. That's a shame. You know you're wrong. Instead of saying you right, I'll put the cigarette out. I'm going to smoke, and I beat you all up. You don't like it? Get on out of here, Granny. Threw Granny on the train track. I've never liked the subway. You know why? Can I tell you why? Because there was a movie in my youth. It was called Beat Street. What happened to Ramo? What happened to Ramo? Somebody was going over his tags. A tag is when you spray paint something on a train or a wall. They call it a tag. And there are people that are known for making tags. And that's their claim to fame. Oh yeah, Ramo did this. Yeah, Ramo he can paint with that can. Yes, he can. Well, another guy wasn't as good as Ramo. So he would put his stuff, his name and stuff, over top of Ramo's painting. Whether it be on the wall, the subway train, the buses. When y'all see that spray paint, that's somebody who think that's art. And they got into a fight. He caught the guy. They got into a fight. They rolled off the platform. And they were wrestling, and Ramon wound up going into the electricity. So he wound up dying. Now he had a girlfriend, and they had just had a baby. And she told him, look, you got to stop painting these trains and get a job. And so he got a job and got a little place for them and was doing all right. But this one day he decided to go paint. And while they were painting on one side of the train, he thought he heard somebody on the other side of the same train. And he went and looked, and he saw it was a guy going over what he had just did. And so, yeah, it was the movie B Street. That's what it was called. It was called B Street. I remember it was breaking in B Street. It was B Street. I watched that movie, I don't know, like 10 times. I told you, I was the only person that could work the VCR. Back in them days, I didn't miss a movie. Now I won't even watch them. I actually got two 5.1s, and you figure I'll be watching movies because that's where they stand out. You never seen B Street, Liz? See if it's on YouTube for free. Check it out. That's a pretty good movie. That's a pretty good movie. I enjoyed it. I really did. That was a good movie. If I'd have known that people was going to make money with rap music, I might have took it more seriously. All right, y'all. Like I said, I don't know if we seen these yesterday or today. I don't even care. Hit the mute button. You know it's a commercial. Let me see if y'all can see it. Y'all see this? Yes, you can. All right, skip the ad.
Shot a Tennessee officer comes to an end in North Georgia. East Rich police say the suspect was shot and killed this morning in Tucson County after getting into a shootout with officers. The Tennessee officer was shot Sunday when he stopped a car and the driver got out and opened fire. At last check, the officer involved in that situation up in Tennessee was in state.
It's amazing how when somebody shoot one of them, they can find them quick. But when they shoot one of us, it take them forever or never. Y'all ever notice that? If you can find it, Liz, it's worth looking at. It's worth looking at. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like I told you, I'm not a movie watcher anymore, but that movie was good. I hate to admit it, but they had me watching Star Wars. It was pretty good.
Who shot a Tennessee officer comes to an end in North Georgia. East Ridge police say the suspect was shot.
Hey man, I got the same thing twice.
In DeRrick County after getting into a shootout with officers.
My bad, y'all. I got the same thing that twice. That's my bad. Hold on. All right.
Well, Dave and Carolyn, that video is terrifying. Abudi El-Hadi says the driver seen in that video just opened fire without a care in the world. And now Dearborn police need your help to find the driver who fired those shots.
Put your gun down. Put your gun down. I didn't know he was just trying to scare me off.
It was just before 6 o'clock Sunday night. Abudi El-Hadi says the shooting incident near Warren Avenue in Greenfield was a result of road rage.
He came in front of me, cut me off, like I thought this guy is drunk.
Abudi says after he pulled up alongside the driver, that's when he saw the gun.
He didn't even blink. Like this guy had it ready to shoot. Like I'm telling you, if it wasn't me, it was somebody else got hurt.
Several bullet holes can be seen on the driver's side of the trunk. Abudi says for someone to be so reckless and negligent and just shoot a gun is dangerous, especially when other drivers were nearby.
He just picked up his gun and shot right in my face.
Right now, police are looking for an early 2000s green Honda Accord 4-door sedan with a blue-gray colored passenger side door and was last seen fleeing southbound on Greenfield and Warren Avenue. Abudi says he shouldn't have engaged with the driver, but hopes whoever fired those shots is found soon.
Do not engage with him. Do not even talk to him. What I did, I know it was wrong, but I insist to take that video. I wanted to take that video, so this guy should be off the street.
And again, thankfully, nobody was hurt. But again, police reminding everyone to never engage or get in contact with anybody in a road rage incident. Officers continue to investigate this shooting incident. If you have any information, you are urged to call Dearborn Police or Crime Stoppers. That number, 1-800-SPEAK-UP. Reporting live tonight in Dearborn, I'm Alan Campbell. Carolyn, back to you.
You know, the reason why I don't deal in road rage, I made the mistake. And it was a mistake. But Sinclair and Belair, a dude came up and I was going to go right and he cut me off to make the right turn. And because he cut me off, the light changed and neither one of us made it. Neither one of us was able to turn. And he started cussing me out and talking about he gonna kill me. And I had just got, and it was a BB gun. It shot still BBs. And he was getting out his car and was coming. And so I went and reached for the BB gun. He saw me reaching for something. He got back in his car and he left. Now, if he'd have known that it only shoot them little steel BBs, he might, he didn't know. Ever since then, I learned, just do what that lady said. This was back in the 90s. It was a white lady comedian. And she said, I can't drive worth a lick, but when I cut somebody off, I just do the universal thing. You know how giving the finger is universal? She says, I do the universal thing. Like, I'm sorry. And she said, never had a problem since. So, I'll pass that on to y'all if y'all never saw that. If you cut somebody off, get in front of somebody in line, that parking somebody's parking spot, just sorry. And there you go. You've taken all the steam out of that fight. for them to do anything to you, everybody around them is going to know you got the issue. Because they ain't already, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm just sleeping. Hey, you got it, bro. I'm sorry. And if you still persist in engaging that person, everybody know you got the problem. Everybody knows you. People going to start turning on you. The person said they were sorry. They admitted they was wrong. Why are you still sitting here hollering and screaming and talking about you don't kill them? Hey, cut me up. What more you want them to do? They ain't told you that they sorry, they messed up. Like, what are you going to do? What more can they do? Lay down on the ground and let you kick them? What do you want? Liz said, laugh out loud, I've done that. She said, like, whoops, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, just let them go ahead. I mean, you know, how many videos we seen people fighting for something? They in line at the fast food restaurant and somebody jump ahead of somebody. Y'all know that in Prince George's County, one of the richest counties in the country. I said in the country. I said in the country. When they had the Popeye sandwich craze, y'all remember? I showed y'all the story about the man jumped in front of somebody in line to get a Popeye's chicken sandwich. And they followed him outside and stabbed him to death. Why couldn't the man say, hey man, we all here for the same sandwich, my bad. I didn't mean to get in front of you. Hey, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man. Knock yourself out. Peace and love. Why can't he do that? He still be alive today. Instead, no, I was here first, man. Shut up. Get out my face with that mess, man. Man said, okay. He got up in line and got told there ain't no more chicken sandwiches. He went out there and stared at that man and probably took his. Yeah. So now you got somebody dead over a chicken sandwich. You know, somebody cut you off. Just, you got it, bruh. Y'all can say what y'all want to say. Y'all see me on the mobile lives and you seen the 360-degree video, so don't try and say, you only had one angle. You've seen me have the right of way at the stop sign. And I tell people, go on. Go ahead, y'all. Why do I do that? Because they in cars and I'm in the scooter going 4 miles per hour. They could go around the block, come by and run me over and keep right on going. So why would I antagonize people crazy as they is? If y'all remember the video where I was coming home from the market and I saw a car. We were right there at Kirk Avenue. I pulled off to the side and told her to go ahead. She wouldn't go. Now I'm reaching for something. I didn't know it was a woman, but somebody was in that truck. Now why wouldn't they go? Why were they standing there? And they wouldn't go. So finally when I went, then they sped up. Now, if I would have had something in my hand that I could reach that truck with, because Spike wasn't going to reach, the monkey fist wasn't going to reach, and the window was rolled up, so the pepper spray wasn't no good. But if I'd have had something, I definitely would have sent something through that window. And I'm saying it on public TV. I'd have dared a jury to convict me. I'm sitting there telling you to go ahead. You got it. Go ahead. Go ahead. And you won't go. And then you tell me to go. As soon as I go, you and almost hit me. Tell me why I don't have the right to drag that person out of car. And I didn't notice it because she came out and came around me. And then I saw it was a woman. Now, if I had been able to drag her out the car by her silly weave, I would have took that weave and shoved it down her throat. You don't play with people's lives like that. There was nothing funny about that. Because see, she think because you in a mobility scooter that you disabled. And I am disabled. But my legs still work for a little bit. They work long enough for me to grab you and body slam you. I might body slam you and punch you about 10 times and get gassed. But that's all you need. Y'all don't pay attention to the videos. Y'all don't see the looks on the people's faces when I hop off that scooter. They don't expect you to be able to hop off. I might have a bad back and a bad left knee. But that don't mean I ain't crippled. They be surprised at how fast I hop up that thing. We be in the market. People be surprised by how fast I hop off. I don't know if y'all watched the show. There was an old man walking up the hill, and I'm complaining about how steep the hill is. And there's an old man walking up it, and he said, "Yeah, I could use one of them." I said, "All you gotta do is go to your doctor. Medicare pay for it." It's on the video. They don't expect you to hop off that thing all quick. They think you're supposed to be, yeah. When you spring up, they don't expect it. That's because people assume. Liz says, why do something that you know will result in spending the rest of your life in prison, the majority of it? He said, see, like you said the other day, what would Jesus do? Well, that's why I don't do it. And I go ahead, I don't hold it in, I get it out. Because you can go back and watch the video. It's up. You'll hear me fussing down the hill. God darn it. Now see, if I'd have done something, they wouldn't lock me up. But I just get it out. If you hold it in and it eats you up, just get it out. And then repent on it. But get it out your system. But see, if you get it out by the person in front of you, then you might wind up in prison. That's why it's best to just keep going. You know? You still alive, you didn't get hurt, what you fussing about? You know? But you do something, you might hurt somebody or you might get hurt. Because you don't win. Because if you win, you wind up in a jail cell, or a family member might come kill you. So you don't win. It's a lose-lose. It's best to just, and go about your business. A smile is a thug's kryptonite. That's why you hear them saying, the worst thing you can do is smile. That's not the reason why they say that. Smiling doesn't make you a punk. But smiling makes it hard for somebody to do something to you. Smiling makes it hard. It's hard to get somebody to back you up. That dude was nothing but nice to you. Why did you put your hands on him, man? You wasn't right for that. That's why they don't like it. Smiling, hey, how you doing there, bruh? Because see, if they come attack you, you got every right in the world. Why is the monetization off? Hold on a sec. Hold on. Why is the monetization off? Something ain't right. Go ahead and edit. Why is the monetization off? YouTube and changed it again. YouTube and changed it again. Doggone now. Where is the monetization? Oh, I see it. Monetization. See, YouTube, why you keep changing stuff, man? I don't understand. All right. Monetization on. Done. Save. Wait a minute. Hold on. We got to choose what kind of ads. A little bit of views we get, we need everything we can get here. Man. Click them all. Alright, save. Alright, monetization is on. That's crazy. Now, I think now that they changed the editing system. I don't know why they keep messing with stuff. Leave it alone. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just like we learned earlier. I told you that it was going to be a disaster. And it was, wasn't it? I told you it was going to be a disaster. Trying to use that XSplit. I had already downloaded it. It took me hours to figure out how to set the screen up. But I think now, if it's the same way on the Streamlabs, which I got it sitting right there. If it's the same on the Streamlabs, we're gonna be good to go. If it's the same, man, let me start it up. Let me start up the Streamlabs, and let me go to the regular OBS, and let me go to our old friend. Wait a minute. Why are you updating? Yeah, I don't like that. All I wanted to do was open. So let's go full screen. As y'all can see, it's updating. I didn't actually do all that, man. I didn't actually do all that. See, this is what I'm talking about. All I wanted to do was just see it. Why is it checking for files? All I want you to do is open. I ain't nothing else but open. We already running something. Liz said you can't think like that. But you know what? Every time we try something new, something go wrong. Like right now, all I wanted to do was open this. It's sitting here downloading stuff. I just wanted to open it to see if it's the same. And I got the monitor share on. Well, shoot. While it's doing that, we can't do nothing. Hold on a second. Let's grab me a pen. I didn't mean, girl. I stepped on. I didn't mean. It still ain't done yet. Every day. Ain't gonna say nothing. Always trying to get the latest technology, trying to stay up to date for y'all. It always backfire. It still ain't ready. All right, it still ain't ready. Taking you a long time. Come on, baby girl. All right, 103 or 105. Mm-hmm. 104. Hold on, y'all. It's getting there. Come on. See, you gotta do. This is what I'm talking about. Whatever I do, it takes forever. Whatever I do takes forever. All I want to know is Can you? Where is... All right, take it easy, take it slow. Now, if y'all notice, what? Is it locked? All right. Do y'all see this on y'all screen? See how you can't size it? Y'all see how you can't size it? Okay, what about edit transform? Wait a minute. Can I move that to the side? You can't move it to the side. Okay, take it up. Now, bring it up and cover the whole screen. See? You can't do it. See? You can't do it. Bring it down. See, I don't want it to do that. Oh, Lord. Edit, transform, size. I don't even know what I got this on. Is this on 4K? 2560 by 1440. Okay. Done. Nope, it still won't let me do it. Wait a minute. Trying to figure this out. Okay, let's try this then. Where's it over here at? What if I double click it? Slide mode. Okay, what? Then anyway, bounding size, aspect ratio. 16 by 9. And what does this do? But I see loot. I don't see nothing that will help. Okay, hit done. Now, can I put it the way I want it? No. How come you can't put it the way you want it? Okay. Now bring it in. You killing me. Why I can't just bring it in the way I want it to? Okay, now bring it in. Move it over. Okay, that's fine right there. But why can't I take it up? See, that's up. Now why can't I bring it over? And then, let me try this. Can I go at an angle? Can I go at an angle? That's still not right. Do I bring it down? Hey, bring it. That's not helping. Oh, I'm about to give up. I'm about to give up. Where do I bring this in? Okay. This is crazy. Yeah, it's blocking the whole screen. But now it's too big. What happened? What happened? Now can I bring it up? Okay. What if we leave that alone and come over here? And what if we bring that in? All right, I give up. That's why we don't use that. I figured out. I ain't gonna hold the show up. I'm sorry, y'all. I figured that out later. I got done. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, y'all. Okay. That definitely put some extra stress on the PC. All right, get on to the next story, y'all. Let's start breaking news. Get to the news. Hold on a sec. Why are you crying? Settings for the output. B All right. That was quick. Tighten that up quick. See, OBS is simple. All right, y'all, let's go.
Are enforcing the governor's public health order, and sometimes that leads to conflict. New video tonight shows a state park ranger turning away an out-of-state visitor who was not happy about it. News 13's Courtney Allen joins us live from home this evening with that video. Courtney?
Dean, the visitor who said he was from Colorado questioned the park ranger, saying it was an open-air space and they weren't putting anyone in danger.
I'm a taxpayer, I'm American, and this is my country.
That's what someone from Colorado said when a ranger at Eagle Nest Lake State Park recently turned him away.
But we're not sick.
It's posted on the park's website that no out-of-state visitors are allowed, something that's been in effect since mid-July. The man taking the video called it fascism and told the ranger he should quit his job.
My wife is Russian. This is what they do in Russia. This is what they do in Eastern Europe, communist countries.
Susan Torres with the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department says they're continuing to see a lot of out-of-state visitors show up at state parks.
Most of the time, people either they haven't looked up the information beforehand and then we're doing some education and they go on their way. Unfortunately, sometimes people are upset.
She says people are asked to provide a New Mexico license, proof of residency, and New Mexico plates to enter.
We saw record-breaking cases last week, so anything we can do to try and mitigate the risk is what we're going to do.
The governor's office says they're grateful for the work of rangers like this one.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave or you'll be trespassing.
After the governor stressed the importance of enforcement last week.
We need to step up the state's enforcement. And that's not an area that anybody wants to do. We want to be doing this as a state collective. This is a state that's known for taking care of each other. The governor's office went on to say that the ranger handled himself with the utmost professionalism in the face of a non-compliant individual who attempted to escalate the situation, adding that thousands of state government workers uphold state regulations every day. Back to you.
All right, Courtney, thank you. New Mexico State Parks encourages everyone to check park websites before going to them.
All righty. I said, when? I want to go to the bar. I'm in the market.
Going into our 6th month taking care of COVID patients, the nurses, sometimes they have to walk away just for a moment to debrief themselves, to come back and be that positive person while they're taking care of the patients.
We've got a nurse right now that's never had COVID that she knows of, but gave some blood, and they notified her that she had antibodies. So that virus was basically undetected with her.
We are the primary COVID unit for Spectrum Health Butterworth. I contracted COVID-19 in August. I was sick for 6 weeks off of work before I was able to ramp back up and come in.
We do have a patient on our floor who comes in okay one day and then is in the ICU the next day because they can rapidly deteriorate.
I became sicker than I would have anticipated, given the fact that I'm not over the age of 60 and I didn't have any of the comorbidities that most of our really sick COVID patients
That is sad. That's what I was talking about, Liz. Look at that. Look at that. They got the man in the bubble. Look at that. In order for you to get, look at him on the oxygen. That's sad. What kind of mental state are you in? How embarrassed is that person to be riding through the hallway looking like the boy in the bubble? I'm just saying, that's just sad. But everybody says it's a joke.
I was very anxious. I knew
I saw on my unit, what the patients went through, and I was terrified that I would go through those same things because I knew how hard they were for those patients to overcome.
The volumes of the patient is not necessarily the problem right now. The problem is the length of stay. So the volumes of the patient is, we can handle that. It's just once they get in the ICU, they end up staying up here for long periods of time, 2 to 3 weeks to a month sometimes.
The people that live in the community that have no medical background, they don't have healthcare experience, and they don't know how to advocate for themselves. Those are the patients that we are sending home from primary care physicians and saying, monitor your symptoms and isolate at home. And then 10 days later, they're coming in and are incredibly sick because they don't know what to look for.
What you don't see is the staff, after they've been in their suits to care for the COVID patients for hours on hours, and how sad they can be at times when they patients don't have a good outcome. The staff at times are very tired, but they continue to put forth their efforts to save patients' lives each and every day.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks
yeah,
for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click.
The Republicans don't want to give those frontline workers any stimulus money. They boots on the ground. They got workers that come in there and put all that stuff on and have the virus and don't know they got it. And the money. This ain't nothing to play with. This is just sick. Keep it going. They're having surges everywhere.
Lowering bad cholesterol can be a never-ending cycle. You eat healthier to go lower.
Can y'all see it? Yes, you can. Get bad.
The U.S. is bracing for a potential third peak of the coronavirus, with case counts climbing in 38 states. Globally, we have seen the number of infections now reaching 40 million. Let's bring in Dr. Adrian Burrows. He is a family medicine physician and the CEO of CFP Physician Group. He's joining us from just outside of Orlando today. And Dr. Burrows, it's good to talk to you, although certainly not under good circumstances in Florida. We saw over the weekend Florida reporting its highest number of cases in 2 months, more than 4,000 cases in a single day. What's contributing to that uptick?
So thank you for having me on. So Florida had done a fairly good job of trying to control coronavirus by, initiating some lockdowns and, really, really pressing hard to promote social distancing and mask wearing. Well, then now the governor has opened up bars, opened up nightclubs. He's allowing stadiums to operate at full capacity, which thankfully the stadium owners haven't done as of yet. But I think that being very lax in terms of the treatment of the population here in Florida is lending towards this growth of the coronavirus in our state again. That coupled with it being, now the fall, when we start seeing a lot more of the viruses, that we ordinarily would see around this time period, and coronavirus likely being more potent in colder weathers. I think that's why you're seeing this uptick now.
Yeah, Doctor, it feels like we have seen this story before. Several months ago, we were talking about Governor DeSantis lifting those restrictions. We saw the uptick, and then the restrictions come back down again. And yet we heard from Dr. Fauci yesterday, speaking to 60 Minutes, saying he doesn't see another economic shutdown is just possible, saying there's too much fatigue right now around the virus. As a doctor who's having to handle this, what do you see as the realistic measures to try and control the spread right now?
So yes, I think that what we need to be really focusing on now is doing what science tells us is the right thing to do. And science has told us that wearing a mask is the right thing to do. For all you anti-mask wearers, it's the right thing to do. To social distance, that's the right thing to do. To continue the hand washing and continuing the things that we know help diminish the spread of the virus. And I think that people have developed a lot of COVID fatigue. It certainly is out there. And I think that the lack of political support when we have science that has shown us what the right thing to do is what the issue is. So I'm asking all the viewers to, kind of stick with science, stick with people like Dr. Fauci, and try to ignore all the political rhetoric that has now poured itself into what is a public health issue and has become more and more a political issue.
And Doctor, we've heard from a number of our guests who have come on to say, look, there are concerns around the uptick in the virus, but this time around, given what has been learned over the last several months, doctors are better equipped to handle the surge. What are you seeing on the ground there, and do you agree?
So I do think that having, had some experience now with dealing with COVID-19 from earlier part of this year has allowed a lot of the hospital systems to ready themselves for what will definitely be an uptick coming up as we have another wave of COVID-19. The hospitals here locally where I am, actually have traveling nurses prepared and ready for any potential uptick, and we've had a lot more supply.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, I can't watch the boys, guy. I don't even want to say nothing because I don't want to get myself in trouble. All right, Liz sent us some links. Let's. That guy remind me. I ain't even gonna say it. He remind me of a YouTuber when he's not on camera. I guarantee you that's how he is. A Texas woman died on a plane of CV-19. So are you going to play the video? Are you going to play the video? They make you watch the video. They make you watch the commercial. They making us watch the commercial. They ain't got no ad up here. I done it.
Most of the people with the novel coronavirus aren't dying. Symptoms start out like the flu, with coughing, fever. People's immune systems are able to fight off the virus. But the disease can be deadly to people who have weakened systems, like older adults, and those with pre-existing medical conditions like heart disease, diabetes, and lung disease. Their bodies have a harder time combating the virus. These are the ways COVID-19 can turn deadly. Pneumonia. COVID-19 is a respiratory disease. It starts and typically ends in the lungs. Infected lungs fill with fluid, making it difficult to breathe, so oxygen can't get to the rest of the body, which can lead to death. Sepsis. The fight between the virus and the infection may cause collateral damage throughout the body. Sepsis occurs when your body essentially overreacts to an infection. This out-of-control immune response can cause more damage than good and ultimately end in organ failure and death. Contact your doctor right away if you experience any COVID-19 symptoms and you've possibly been exposed to the virus.
That's rough right there. But that wasn't the story she sent us to see. Pause, man. Thank you. I'll read it. A Dallas woman died due to CV while on a flight in Arizona in July, a Dallas County official said. The woman was in her 30s and had an underlying risk health conditions, Dallas County said in a news release. The woman died in late July on a tarmac at a New Mexico airport, Judge Clay Jenkins told CNN. The Dallas County Health and Human Services first reported her death in the news released Sunday. No other details were made available because of medical privacy reasons. The woman's death was among the 554 new COVID cases reported by Dallas County on Sunday. More than 8.2 million cases have been reported nationwide as of Tuesday afternoon, according to the Johns Hopkins University data, and more than 220,000 have died. The news comes as people appear to be getting more comfortable flying during the pandemic. The Transportation Security Administration screened more than 1 million passengers Sunday, according to the agency, the most since March 16. While some studies, including 2 published last month, have suggested that CV can spread on airplanes, a Department of Defense study released last week showed that airplanes' ventilation systems filter air sufficiently and take out particles that could transmit viruses. That sounds good. You know, this is my problem. You said 2 things. But the video was different than what you said. You said about the woman dying, trying to get on the airplane at the top. You got to realize, people want you to get back to work. People want things to go back to normal, and they'll ignore things just to be able to do. And that's the problem that I had with Trump. And a lot of y'all wanted to defend Trump, but you know you can't. Can't defend. You know you can't. Deep down, you know that you're lying to yourself. The man don't give a darn about whether or not you live or die. It's a fact. He wants you to go out there and make some money, so he can go out there and lose it. That's what he wants you to do. Man's father gave him $34 million and told him to go out into the world and do something. That man had filed bankruptcy 11 times, and he owed $433 million. The man is in a deficit. The man is in a deficit. Speaking of a deficit, you know that Google has waited, what's the day, the 20th of the month? They have waited the 20th of the month. The 20th of the month. Now they want to take the membership. Y'all know that I'm a member. It's only 3 of us. Me, Nia, and Liz. So now my membership is on pause till I can scrounge up $2. Can somebody send me $2 on the Cash App so I can, or the PayPal? Anybody? So I can unpause the membership. Only 3 of us. Chung Lee was the 4th, but she canceled her membership when she had a breakdown. So it's just 3 of us left. Well, 2 of us now. It's only 9 and Liz. Is it? Liz, you said it's Nia, right? Like Nia Peoples? Is it Nia or Naya? Well, I've been calling her Naya for years, so I guess it don't make a difference, I guess. But that's crazy that they wait this late in the month. I just don't understand it. Yeah, you said woman dies of COVID on plane. I read that. And then you got Donald Trump children gifters White House. What? Well, let's find out. Let's check it out. You can see it. Ex-president's son calls out Trump kids. They have no qualifications for their White House roles. But let's meet it. Come on. No, it's a commercial. Let's wait. Liz said you've been saying it wrong. So it's Nia. Hey. Restart it.
Impression of how the President Trump's children, their involvement in administration and campaign.
Well, they're certainly entitled to go campaign for their dad. Brother and sister, eldest brother and sister did that, and there's nothing wrong with that. When you cross the line, I hate to say it here, and I don't mean to be blunt, but we've got a bunch of grifters in the White House. They're treating this as a grift, and that is no good.
How do you see it that way?
How do I see it that way? They're mixing business with pleasure. Let's say they're mixing business with statecraft. They're using the hotels and the golf clubs to profit off the presidency. The Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump have no qualifications whatsoever to be in the they're in. Zero. That's it. And they're using it to make money.
We learned this week Maryland's Republican governor, Larry Hogan, cast a write-in vote for your father in the 2020 election. He told the Washington Post, I know it's simply symbolic. It's not going to change the outcome in my state, but I thought it was important to just cast a vote that showed the kind of person I'd like to see in office. I asked CNN presidential historian Douglas Brinkley about that, and he made a prediction.
I think Donald Trump loses, that you'll see the Republican Party go back to saying we're the party of Ronald Reagan. Reagan is kind of downplayed by Donald Trump. He was really the person of the Republican Party. Suddenly he's second tier, but without Donald Trump, and you're seeing Senator Sass doing this, reclaiming a rebranded Republican Party for 2021 as a conservative party of Ronald Reagan.
Ron, what's your reaction to that?
I don't think the Republican Party or any other party can profit by looking backward. We have to look forwards. Whatever party you belong to, you have to look to the future, particularly now. We're at a crucial point in history. I think everybody feels that. One of those nodal points in history where we're going to take one fork or we're going to take the other. It's going to be a dark road or it's going to be a more progressive road. So I don't think going back to the days of Ronald Reagan is the answer.
Look, man, you put me to sleep.
For the Republican Party, but they don't have much else. Really don't have much else.
I'm sorry, sir. You putting me to sleep. If you putting me to sleep, you putting everybody else to sleep. I'm very tolerant. God darn it. Putting me to sleep. Wait a minute, we lost our place. A lot of videos there. Where we at? Where was we at? You got a lot of videos to look at, y'all. Where was we at, for God's sake? Okay, wait a minute. So that's the same thing. It's the same thing twice. All right. Got an egg. Uh-oh, y'all. All right, y'all. We going to Frederick County. Going to my state.
Police involved shooting, a multi-state pursuit ends in gunfire when investigators say happened in the moments leading up to the shootout. Hello, everyone. I'm Vic Carter.
And I'm Rick Ritter. Tonight we know one suspect is dead, another in custody after a pursuit that started in Pennsylvania and then ended in Frederick County. Police say they were pursuing a suspect wanted for attempted murder.
The police involved shooting happened late this afternoon around Highway 15 and Route 140 in Emmitsburg.
And WJZ is live tonight. Kelsey Kushner with the very latest on this investigation. Kelsey.
Well, Vic and Rick, the sheriff's office says that they chased these two suspects through parts of Frederick County at one point, even deploying stop sticks to try to get them to pull over. But it all came to an end with a shootout in a gas station parking lot. It was a high-speed pursuit that turned into a shootout between police and at least one suspect.
That's pretty crazy.
The Frederick County Sheriff's Office says they got the call around 2:30 Monday afternoon to assist Pennsylvania State Police, who were pursuing a car with two men, one of them wanted for attempted murder in Pennsylvania. Deputies from Frederick County joined multiple agencies and followed the suspects down Route 15 in Emmitsburg, at one point even trying to use stop sticks. Investigators say the suspects were in a stolen car, which later crashed near the intersection of MD 140 and US 15.
At that point, shots were fired by one or more suspects, we don't know at this point. At police, law enforcement returned fire.
Investigators say one man was taken into custody. The other took off on foot to this gas station on Silo Hill Road and was exchanging gunfire with several officers from the Frederick County Sheriff's Office and Pennsylvania. That's when officers say he was shot by law enforcement and transported to shock trauma where he was pronounced dead. Danielle Albo says she saw the suspect run through their parking lot moments before getting shot.
It was definitely an unusual day at work today.
A shocking situation disrupting a typically quiet neighborhood.
That's pretty weird, especially in a small town. I would never think anything like that would happen.
Now, no officers were injured. There was an employee at Exxon who was injured on scene but was treated at the scene. Now, police say that they are still working to determine if the man that was fatally shot was the man that they were searching for that attempted murder. Reporting live tonight, Kelsey Kushner for WG.
You're my favorite granddaughter. Well, I can say.
Alrighty, y'all. That was from Frederick County. One of our 30 counties. Frederick, Charles, Carroll, Prince George's, Howard. Alright, y'all, here we go.
Yo, what's up, family? If it's your first time checking out the show, let me know what city, what state you're coming in from. You're outside of the U.S. Let me know what country you're representing. Family, I need you to smash up the likes. Smash up the likes. Smash up the likes. Also, if it's your first time checking out the show, let me know what city, what state you're coming in from. You dig what I'm saying? Smash up the likes, smash up the likes, smash up the likes. Also, if you have not done so already, after you subscribe, there's a little bell next to your subscribe button. Go ahead and click that thing right now so you can get your notifications each time I drop a new video like this, fam. That way you'll be in the loop. You dig?
You dig?
Family, I'm trying out something new here, right? So, I got this thing called Say What You Want to Say. And I'm going to be doing this on Certified and on, I'll be doing this on Certified TV channel and Willie D Live. Say what you want to say. So this is how it works.
Say,
you call,
say,
you
what
basically,
you want to say.
You call into the show and you say what you want to say. You can speak on the topic. Or you can speak on something that you got going on. You cannot do business drops. Can't do that because that'll cost a whole lot more than whatever you can think of. And I may at some point, all right, man. Add that.
You putting me to sleep.
Sometimes people be wanting to promote their business.
I'm sorry, sir. You putting me to sleep. You supposed to be talking about something. You talking about your stuff, okay? You putting me to sleep, sir. All right. You putting me to sleep. I hope that ain't the same video. Ah, crap. It is. Stop on it. I don't want to give him. and gave him 2 daggone views. Shucks. All right. We coming back to my state.
Really downplaying coronavirus while privately telling journalist Bob Woodward that it was a serious and severe virus that is airborne. Now we've learned through new reporting at the New York Times that on February 24th, members of Trump's economic team were privately addressing the conservative Hoover Institution and warned about the implications of COVID-19 on the U.S. economy. We're talking about the Trump administration essentially warning Wall Street investors about how serious the pandemic could be. So this happened on February 24th. On that same day, Donald Trump tweeted this: "The coronavirus is very much under control in the USA. We're in contact with everyone, and all relevant countries, CDC and World Health, have been working hard and very smart. Stock market starting to look very good to me." Now the next day, literally the next day, board members, many of them Republican donors, got another taste of government uncertainty from Larry Kudlow, the director of the National Economic Council. Hours after he had boasted on CNBC, meaning publicly, that the virus was contained in the United States and it's pretty close to all airtight, Kudlow asserted that the virus was contained in the U.S. to date, but now we just don't know. So again, on cable television, Kudlow's telling the American people, airtight. You guys have nothing to worry about. Privately, when speaking to investors, he shares uncertainty, worry, and of course, that influences the way these money managers invest in the stock market. I mean, it's incredible that this kind of stuff is happening. We know about it, and this is barely even a big news story today. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, so he was talking to folks from the Hoover Institution. It's a conservative think tank at Stanford. Condoleezza Rice, the head of it. So the establishment Republicans are still, in a lot of ways, backing Trump behind the scenes. And their board is filled with Republican donors. So they go to their donors and they tell them, the stuff we told on air, don't listen to that, okay? Time to panic. And guess what? They did panic, and that caused, and meanwhile, Trump's saying, I'm not telling the American people because I don't want them to panic. And he's telling his donors, go ahead, sell. In fact, let me give you some quotes here. So a hedge fund consultant was at the gathering. He writes a memo afterwards, and he said, what struck me was the virus as a, quote, point of concern was brought up, quote, totally unprovoked. So he writes a memo saying to everybody, hey, they just said on CNBC, nothing to worry about. They kept bringing up to us, you should worry about it. And it wasn't because we asked, it's because they were telling us unprompted. And then there were other folks as well, including, get a load of this, Scott Atlas. Now, Dr. Atlas is the guy who is the biggest kook inside the Trump administration now, and he's the one going for herd immunity. Let's just, make sure as many people as possible get coronavirus, and then, when enough people die off, we'll be fine. Meanwhile, back then, he's a Hoover fellow and a Stanford professor, and he's telling folks, and including one of the guys who wrote the memo, was his source. He was his source that the government foresaw a serious crisis. So back then he's telling donors, serious crisis, make money off it. Because you gotta understand something, it's not just about selling your stocks before they go down. They then make a short bet, and that means you bet against the market, so you make money while everybody else loses money. And under normal circumstances, there's nothing wrong with a short bet. But if you got private information from the government, because you gave them money, first of all, that's a bribe. Okay, that's how that works. And then you make a ton more money by betting against the American people. And
Can I also share some more details? Because it's just absolutely gross how everything went down. So this meeting happens. The Hoover Institution is warned about the uncertainty related to coronavirus. And then following that, a memo was written by a veteran hedge fund manager named William Callanan. And He apparently emailed money manager David Tepper to say that numerous Trump administration officials, Kudlow, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and economists at the Council of Economic Advisors had given the presentation at the White House on February 24th, expressed a greater degree of alarm about the coronavirus than the administration was saying publicly. On February 23rd, by the way, Peter Navarro, one of Trump's economic advisors, also distributed a memorandum predicting that the virus could affect as many as 100 million Americans and kill up to 2 million of them. And that 2 million figure is really fascinating because 2 million is what is expected if the Trump administration tries to do this so-called herd immunity approach, which is disastrous because a ton of people who don't need to die would die as a result. But the point here is you have all of these different players within the Trump administration fully aware of how the potential severity of this pandemic. And while they're telling us, oh, it's totally fine, don't worry, it's just a hoax, behind the scenes, they're taking care of their donors, they're taking care of Wall Street. And the most infuriating thing is exactly what Cenk mentioned right now, that they short the market and they literally make money off of this information.
Yeah, I'm going to give you one more set of quotes here. It's the first one's from Trump, what Anna told you. He said on February 24th, stock market's starting to look very good to me. Meanwhile, they write the memo after listening to two different Trump administration officials. One of the investors that gets the memo, his reaction is, quote, short everything. So while Trump's telling you, oh, keep your money in the markets, don't worry. He's telling his buddies who funded his campaign, hey, make sure you get out there and make a lot of money off of these suckers and losers who I'm telling to keep their money in the markets and not worry about their health care and their well-being. And the investors got that message loud and clear when they write short everything, bet for the market to go down. Look, the whole system is sick because we have donors who have this access that you guys never have, and they make tons of money off of it. In fact, they'd be irrational not to bribe politicians, because who wouldn't want a tip like that? They could make millions of dollars off of them. You see the dinner that Trump went to when he was turns out positive for COVID, and the one in New Jersey, and some of the folks gave $250,000 to be at that dinner and take a picture with Donald Trump. They probably regretted that later because that means they were closer to him. But you think like $250,000 is an unbelievable amount of money? No, hell no. You could easily make a couple of $1 million off a tip like this. So all it is an investment, and it's an investment in corruption. And this, ironically, from the guy who said that he was going to drain the swamp. So that's the thing. Even if you're a Trump fan who wanted to drain the swamp and believed in what he said, it was always a lie. And this is an excellent example of that. Thanks for watching The Young Turks. I really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact.
Alrighty, y'all. Y'all heard me say that Trump is in debt for $411 million. What was it, 433? How do you pay some of that back without reaching in your own pocket? You use your position as the most powerful man in the world. You give stock tips to the people you owe money to. Kind of like take it off. You offer them grants. You get them loans. Get them access to things that we have to fight to get. That's why you can't have him in office. He's taking advantage of it. And I know that years from now, there's going to be a scandal on Donald Trump. And he probably going to be put on trial. I'm prophesizing that right now. I think the president going to be on trial. But there was something wrong. I don't think that was what we was supposed to watch. We supposed to went to Ellicott City. All right, Ellicott City is in Howard County, I believe.
There are a lot of great little towns and cities in Maryland, but only one can be named the happiest. This year, that just so happens to be Ellicott City. John Stryker spoke with local business owners who explain why they think they earned this honor.
30 minutes west of Baltimore sits a picture-perfect town.
I would say hop in your car, bring your walking shoes, bring your wallet, and come on down to Ellicott City.
Named the happiest city in Maryland in a recent report, Ellicott City has seen its fair share of tough times.
It doesn't surprise me because I think when you go through as much trauma as we have, you find happiness in the smallest, lightest.
And this is just incredibly resilient and loving and welcoming.
The study looked at things like average earnings, marriage rate, and commute.
Yes, it's about 15 minutes. It's wonderful.
But I'm 1.2 miles from work. It's the best commute I can possibly imagine.
Mark Hemis has owned a restaurant in the city since 2001.
My biggest competitors down here are my strongest allies. We help each other.
While Shelley Sharkey just moved her business, Misfit, to Main Street in 2017.
It's home. Like, as soon as you show up, you're immediately welcome to the family of like-minded owners, residents, and people who just love the town.
It's a historic town, almost 250 years old.
So for me, the buildings bring the history, but the people bring the happy.
Perfect for eating, shopping, or a Sunday stroll.
If that doesn't answer your question as to why Ellicott is the happiest in Maryland, you can always stop by and check it out for yourself. Reporting in Ellicott City, smile under this mask. I'm Sean Stryker for WJZ.
What he don't tell you is they got a lot of streams. And them streams, every year, they've had a flood in Ellicott City. Y'all remember the black man that tried to save a white lady? They ain't found that black man yet. It's a beautiful place, but man, it's dangerous. That's why they happy there ain't no crime there. Everybody try to go there and get flooded out. They happy because
a police officer drags a woman to safety after her home catches fire overnight. The victim is now fighting for her life.
CBS 13's Rachel Wolf spoke with a neighbor who worked with that police officer to rescue the woman.
First we heard some crackling and popping, and then I looked out the window, and the whole house is on fire.
Tim Shelton is still shaking after a harrowing rescue in the overnight hours.
Wow.
When he saw the duplex across the street was on fire, he leapt out of bed and went to see if he could help as crews arrived on the scene.
Oh, it's completely on fire.
His parents watched from their front door. The flames were way up high.
Shooting the whole house, so you could hear explosions going on.
In the midst of the chaos, Shelton saw his neighbor.
The lady came running through the fire, and she fell to the ground.
That's when a Lodi police officer ran up to her and started trying to carry her to safety. Shelton says he and a neighbor stepped in to help.
She was gasping for air.
He says the woman was badly burned, but they were able to pull her to the sidewalk.
Yeah, we were both shook up. We couldn't get to sleep till like 6 in the morning.
She was taken to an area hospital. Neighbors say she lived alone and was not in good health.
Nice person, very nice person. She come over to the house all the time.
That blaze damaged the other half of the duplex, but thankfully nobody else was injured and no other homes nearby were damaged.
Hey Ginger, welcome back. All right. Let's go to Michigan. What up, though?
Can't wait to tell everyone about 18. You into a hidden world, a place authorities say gave birth to a violent domestic terror plot in Michigan, foiled by the FBI. We traveled to the state talking to militia members who disavow the extremists We also spoke with Governor Gretchen Whitmer about the alleged plot against her and the disturbing questions it raises as we head into Election Day.
This is gorgeous up here.
They ain't no Detroit.
5 acres and 3 acres here and do whatever you want.
Deep Woods, Michigan, the rural town of Luther. Jim Chinevere has been hunting in these parts for decades.
We're only a quarter mile back in the woods. And you know what? Who would know? You can do guns and explosives back here, and you would never know. I am not probably maybe a half a mile, quarter mile from here, and I never knew this was here. Never knew. This is like unbelievable to me. Unbelievable.
It's here federal authorities say his neighbor took part planning a vicious plot against Michigan's governor. 14 men accused of being homegrown terrorists. The ugly vitriol around the national fight over economic freedoms versus government lockdowns allegedly coming to life. The 7 men shown have pled not guilty.
We're now on that chilling plot to kidnap and kill Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
The FBI releases disturbing new details.
Hatred, bigotry, and violence have no place in the great state of Michigan. Those forceful words from Governor Whitmer. Among those accused, these men. 42-year-old Pete Musico. 38-year-old Sean Fix, a truck driver.
Oh, no, this is Nightline. I hope we don't get flagged.
An airplane mechanic. Charging documents allege a paramilitary plan that included storming Michigan's Capitol building with explosives, disguising an assassinated pizza delivery man, and sending bombs.
Hold on, y'all. This is Nightline. I don't want to get flagged. Sunflower seeds, Ginger. That's all Nightline. That's not their YouTube channel. I don't want to lose channel for a week again.
Now
We just got it back.
An arrest has been made in the deadly stabbing of a Metro worker at an LA subway station. The attack happened Friday night inside the 7th Street Metro Center subway station. Investigators say the suspect and the victim got in a dispute on board the Metro B-Line train. It escalated, and that led to stabbing inside the station. Police arrested the woman you saw there, 25-year-old Irma Monroy. Today, she's charged with murder for arraignment at 4.
Everyone's saying you can't even ride the subway. Grandma's getting thrown on the tracks. People getting stabbed. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Let's see. Look at this one first before we get there.
I'm a Verizon engineer.
So y'all can see it? Yes, you can. Get bad. Unmute.
About the president's closing message here in the final 2 weeks, you would think he'd be trying to expand a little bit, but boy, is he drilling down into the base. Yesterday, he spent the day attacking Dr. Anthony Fauci, saying he's a disaster, calling scientists idiots. He went after Joe Biden again at a rally, saying he should be locked up, and that if Bill Barr, his attorney general, were doing his job, or if he were someone else, that Joe Biden would have been locked up. And then here he is talking about the pandemic itself, something he's tried to wish away for 7 months, something he told Bob Woodward he's trying to downplay. Here's how he talked about it yesterday in Prescott, Arizona.
Pandemic. They're getting tired of the pandemic, aren't they? Getting tired of the pandemic. You turn on CNN, that's all they cover. COVID, pandemic, COVID. You know why? They're trying to talk everybody out of voting. People aren't buying at CNN, you dumb bastards. They're not buying. That's all they're talking. You know, Biden wants to lock it down. He wants to listen to Dr. Fauci.
And of course, Joe, the Biden campaign's immediately turning that into an ad. Yes, I do want to listen to Dr. Fauci. And yes, people are concerned about the coronavirus pandemic that's killed now, according to our tally at the bottom here, 221,000 people and reshaped the lives of almost every American.
And you know why Joe Biden has decided, hey, I'm going to go and do debate prep for a couple of days?
Yep.
Because he literally wants to cede the entire stage to Donald Trump. Because either Donald Trump is providing aid and comfort to terrorists who tried to kill a Michigan governor by attacking her and saying, well, I don't know, maybe she's claiming that. And he's saying some extraordinary things there. Or he's attacking Anthony Fauci.
We're saying he's going to leave.
And also for people that say, hey, I think I'm voting for Donald Trump because of my regulations won't be as bad as they are under Joe Biden. He's enraged about the fact that his attorney general will not arrest his political opponent. So all of these people saying, oh, well, you know what, I just don't vote for Democrats. Oh, you know what, I'm just voting for him because of regulations. Oh, he doesn't. Donald Trump, in the last 2 weeks of the campaign, is raging at his attorney general for not arresting his political opponent. If you're voting for Donald Trump, that's who you're voting for. And if you're voting for that man who 2 weeks from Election Day is calling for the arrest of his opponent, then you have absolutely no idea what America is about. Let me say it again. You have no idea what this country is about if you are supporting a man who 2 weeks out is calling for the arrest of his opponent. You can't explain that away. You can't explain that away to history. You can't explain that away to your children or grandchildren. You just can't. And you can't plead ignorance because you know better. Let me say it one more time. Donald Trump, the man who said that Article 2 gave him power to do whatever he wanted to do, Donald Trump, the same man who constantly undermines the judiciary and judges' independence, the same man who calls the media, the free press, that Stalinist slur, enemies of the people, he's now yelling at his attorney general for not arresting his opponent. Take a listen to this.
Every day you wake up, where's Biden today? Sir, he's lit it out. He's lit it out. What does that mean? That means he's going to stay in the basement all day. But I think today he's staying in the basement to talk to his lawyers. They caught him, Cole. They caught him, Cole. He is lucky that we have in our country, and they don't appreciate, a wonderful human being and the most fair Attorney General of the United States. Because I know people that would have had him locked up 5 weeks ago. Bill Barr is a very nice man and a very fair man, and they have no idea because somebody else would have taken that thing and all the crap and corruption. He's been a corrupt politician for a long time, this guy.
Strategy seems to be to call Biden a criminal. Why is that?
He is a criminal. He's a criminal. He got caught, read his laptop, and you know who's a criminal? You're a criminal for not reporting it. You are a criminal for not reporting it. Let me tell you something. Joe Biden is a criminal, and he's been a criminal for a long time, and you're a criminal and the media for not reporting it. Good luck, everybody. Have a good time.
So let's get this straight. So you have a president, Mika, who calls his opponent a criminal and is calling for his arrest. And now is actually, I know because he called for my arrest several times. Now he's calling for Jeff Mason's arrest, calling him a criminal because he's not calling for the arrest. I mean, this is what is being fought in Belarus. Donald Trump is a strong man, a very weak strong man, but he's trying to be a strong man. And again, how anybody could vote for him, I don't care what your ideology is. I don't care what your regulations are. I mean, 2 weeks out, saying that his opponent should be arrested. It is beyond the pale. It is un-American. There's no other way to put it.
Thanks for checking out MSNBC on YouTube, and make sure you subscribe to stay up to date on the day's biggest stories, and you can click on any...
Thank y'all for checking out the Minister Brother Derrick Show. Make sure y'all subscribe, and when you subscribe, make sure you hit the bell, ring that bell so you can get all the notifications of when I come so you don't miss a show. And also, we have a Patreon. If y'all want to hit the Patreon, It's in the description, and we have PayPal and Cash App and Streamlabs app also if y'all want to donate. And if you want to leave a comment, please leave a comment and any questions, then I'll be sure to answer. Alright? Then what everybody say, like a damn robot. Somebody gonna sub to you, they gonna do it. You ain't gotta tell them. People like they retarded. Somebody gonna sub to you, they gonna sub to you.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, which have reached a whole new level of incredulity. While the nation's top infectious disease expert continues to sound the alarm about this pandemic, in Arizona yesterday, Mr. Trump said people are, quote, pandemic out. He's also called Dr. Anthony Fauci a disaster. Paula Reed is at the White House with more on this story. Paula Reed, good morning to you. A lot of people are just shaking their heads and saying, how is this okay?
Good morning, Gail. Let's start with where the two men agree. Even Dr. Fauci says that, yes, Americans are tired of the pandemic. But with 13 million Americans unemployed, 8 million Americans having fallen below the poverty line during this pandemic, Fauci says the way we get through this is with science. But yesterday, President Trump was focused on attacking Fauci and the scientists.
Biden wants to lock it down. He wants to listen to Dr. Fauci.
On the campaign trail Monday, President Trump attacked Dr. Anthony Fauci almost as often as he did his opponent.
He loves being on television and we let him do it. Sometimes he says things that are a little bit off.
Earlier, on a call with campaign staff, the president unloaded on the nation's top infectious disease expert and other scientists.
People are tired of hearing Fauci and all these idiots, these people that have gotten it wrong. Fauci's a nice guy. He's been here for 500 years. Every time he goes on television, there's always a bomb. But there's a bigger bomb if you fire him. But Fauci's a disaster.
But Mr. Trump's attacks came after Fauci spoke to 60 Minutes and criticized what he said was a super spreader event at the White House last month.
I was worried that he was going to get sick when I saw him in a completely precarious situation of crowded, no separation between people, and almost nobody wearing a mask. When I saw that on TV, I said, oh my goodness. Nothing good can come out of that. That's got to be a problem.
Interview on Monday, Fauci said the war of words distracts from the battle against COVID.
What we're trying to do is to protect the health and the welfare and the safety of the American people.
The president continues to hold packed rallies despite cases rising across the country.
People are pandemicked out. You know that? They're pandemicked out.
Fauci warns that worse days could be ahead and that we need to follow the science.
If things don't turn around and change as we get into the cool months of the fall and the cold months of the winter, that we may be headed into some really more serious issues than we've experienced.
Former Vice President Joe Biden responded to the president's attacks in a statement. He said, yes, Americans are tired, but they are tired of your lies about the virus. They're tired of watching more Americans die and more people lose their jobs because you refuse to take this pandemic seriously. Anthony.
Paula, thank you.
And that's just basic wavy.
Yeah. Alrighty. Ginger said I was watching. I thought I would say hello. Going to bed. Take care. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Ginger. Appreciate it. Let's keep it going, y'all. Next story.
Reporter who went undercover in order to infiltrate some of the same white nationalist groups that at one point targeted her. Over the course of a year and a half, Tanya Levin assumed several identities and burner accounts and eventually gained access into some of the messaging boards and even dating sites used by white supremacists. Her decision to go undercover came after a tweet that she posted about ICE went viral online. At the time, she was working for The New Yorker, but became the target of such vicious anti-Semitic attacks that she ultimately decided to quit her job. Talia Lavin details her remarkable reporting in her new book, Culture Warlords, My Journey into the Dark Web of White Supremacy, and she joins us now from Brooklyn, New York. So I had to tell you, I mean, this sort of blew my mind. Vlad and I have occasionally talked about, the kind of abuse that you subject yourself to when you're in the media and you're also on social media. It is, you're particularly vulnerable when you're a woman because there's a lot of misogyny out there. And man, you took some serious heat and you sort of turned that into fuel for this book. So as I pointed out, you took on a myriad of different online personalities and characters to infiltrate these various sort of messaging boards, but you also went online on like a white supremacy dating site. Can you talk to us a little bit about Operation Ashland?
Yeah, that's what the chapter in the book is called. I spent about a year undercover on a supremacist dating site called whitedate.net, which was sort of explicitly advertised to racists. And, it culminated, I talked to all kinds of white men looking for their trad wife, sort of submissive Aryan woman who would continue the white race with them, and looking for kind of a chaste, submissive woman to breed the next generation of white supremacists in her womb. And I wound up asking them to write me love letters to their ideal white wife, which I include in the book, and which are sort of a car crash between Nicholas Sparks and Mein Kampf. And
oh my gosh.
Wow.
What really struck me was, contrary to some popular ideas about what white supremacists are and, how they look or what they might do, there were people from all walks of life and all levels of education and all geographic regions of the U.S., California, New York, and everywhere in between. Members of the military, there were a ton. I spoke to an assistant professor in Zurich, Switzerland, undercover. And so I really think that helped me sort of explode the stereotype that all white supremacists are sort of uniquely poor or traumatized, disenfranchised, undereducated, like that, you can only be led to this sort of toxic hatred if you faced a uniquely difficult life. And I just have not found that to be.
It is an interesting point because when those narratives are discussed or when they're written about, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a person of color, but I've always liked that. I've not found that to be the case, that people who have white supremacist notions are poor or uneducated. In fact, I find that sometimes to be quite the opposite, as you have discovered through your research and your reporting. And on the white date platform you engage with guys from all over America, and you wrote this: the sheer geographic variation was a powerful argument against any notion that white supremacy is confined to the American South or even to red states. But did any of them propose or seem to plan any kind of real-life violence in their interactions with you?
So many of so not in the moments where they were trying to seduce my alter ego, they didn't really lead with any specific terror plots. In the groups that I was sort of joining under all kinds of different personas or just eavesdropping on, more general white supremacist chat rooms, there were certainly ambient discussions of violence. There was lionization of violence. In fact, there was a consistent referral to people who had committed acts of white supremacist violence, like Dylan Roof, like Anders Breivik, the man who killed 77 people in Norway, the neo-Nazi, as saints. There was this lionization of violence and what I would call an environment of stochastic terror, which is sort of an ambient environment that encourages violence. I wasn't privy to sort of specific discussions of let's go blow up X, but the ambient environment that was present and the conversations that I listened to were sort of persistent, like a perpetual motion machine of encouragement towards violence, towards hate, and towards enacting that hate through acts of racially inspired, religiously inspired violence. So it was really brought up sort of.
You brought something interesting that I want to ask you.
Sometimes.
Sorry, it's the whole modern technology. It's so flawless. But you brought up something interesting that I wanted to touch on. I was going to ask you about anti-Semitism because it sort of seems to be the backbone of the movement. And even though we've seen, black churches being attacked, anti-Semitism seems to sort of run through it all. But also, I wondered if you also noticed, and why, if you also noticed misogyny, if you also noticed this narrative around being a good Christian, how sort of anti-Semitism, misogyny, Christianity, how they kind of build that argument to justify their point, their worldview.
Yeah, giving you the simple question. So no, so first of all, I want to start by saying anti-blackness is the lock, stock, and barrel of the white power movement in the U.S. It's the absolute sort of background noise, the threat. I mean, I saw people trading photos of lynchings and laughing at them. So anti-blackness is absolutely at the center. The function that anti-Semitism serves, and I saw it ubiquitously, and have experienced, the ways that people engage in anti-Semitic rhetoric myself against me. Anti-Semitism serves as more the intellectual linchpin of the movement. It's sort of the sine qua non of the white supremacist viewpoint. It sort of serves as this function where white men get to speak about the Jew, the eternal Jew, as this omnipresent, all-powerful foe controlling the levers of power, and that they're oppressed and righteous fighters against a more powerful foe. It's a means to sort of justify themselves as courageous and oppressed and righteous, is by evoking this specter of the all-powerful Jew. And that does come from, centuries, millennia of Christian anti-Semitism. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion was produced in 1903, and it's still a very popular text. You had Henry Ford right here in the U.S. producing The International Jew and republishing the Protocols in Detroit in ways that actually inspired Hitler and earned him the Order of the German Eagle. So, this idea of eliminationist anti-Semitism, the idea of the Jew as sort of this racialized oppressor who's all-powerful and in control and who you must fight, kind of the reason behind every social ill, from literally from people being gay or trans, that's a Jewish plot, to basically anything you dislike in the modern world can be pinned on the Jew. And so the Jew is a very useful rhetorical foil for white supremacists and a means to explain away every aspect of the modern world that its members might find oppressive or want to eliminate. I do want to answer your question on misogyny as well. I think this is something that's overlooked a lot in explorations of the movement, is just the absolute centrality of misogyny to contemporary white power movement. And that manifests in two ways, major ways that I explore in the book. One is that misogyny and misogynistic sort of YouTube videos, propaganda, really form an entry point for a lot of people into the movement. These sort of anti-feminist, slickly produced videos offer people, people who are angry, an acceptable class of people to hate and to harass, to wit, feminists, and offer people an explanation of how a socially progressive doctrine, to wit, feminism, is making their lives miserable and just not what they want them to be. And so once you've established this prior situation where yes, there's an acceptable class of people to hate and harass, and yes, and you should act on that hatred, and you should harass people, and this sort of conventional wisdom or this broadly accepted progressive social doctrine is the cause of all your troubles. It's a very short slope from there to say, well, what about black people, and what about Jews, and what about immigrants? It really greases the slope for people. And then the other aspect is that, as we see with the Proud Boys, as we see with all sorts of white supremacist groups, and as I noted, undercover as a white supremacist babe on an all-white dating site, they really hew towards antiquated gender norms where a woman is a womb and a womb is a woman. And so they consequently really loathe and despise male sexuality, male sexual freedom, and reproductive autonomy. And these are really, really key to the white supremacist, movement writ large, whose sort of broad slogan is, we must preserve a future for ourselves, a secure future for ourselves and for our white children. That's the 14 words, really popular and endemic white supremacist slogan, coined by David Lane, a white supremacist terrorist, who wrote those words in prison after shooting a Jewish radio host.
Talia, as you know, President Trump has been accused by some of enabling white supremacists or sending out dog whistles to them. I'm curious, in your reporting and in your research and interacting with some of these groups, how is President Trump viewed in these online environments by these groups that you infiltrate?
So it's a complicated question. I think at this point it's much less of a dog whistle and a lot more like a foghorn. When you have statements as, sort of unambiguous as stand back and stand by, to a well-known extremist, street fighting gang like the Proud Boys. That being said, so there were two phenomena that I observed. One was around the 2016 election. Trump's campaign was largely a campaign about and on white nationalism. It was about ridding the country of immigrants. It was about scapegoating Muslims for all the nation's ills. And that was a massive shot in the arm, a huge dump of adrenaline into the white power movement. There was a tremendous sense of exultation in his victory. There were tons of new groups formed. It was a giant recruitment drive for the white nationalist movement. That said, subsequently, these are extremists. They're difficult to satisfy. What they've sort of found is that while Trump has, to a very great degree, co-opted the Republican Party and reformed it in his own image, some of that reforming was mutual. That firms are sort of some ways conventionally conservative or satisfying conservative priorities. He also has Jews in his cabinet. He has a Jewish son-in-law and Jewish grandkids. And while he uses that as sort of a defense, or members of his administration use that as a defense against, like, how could he be, encouraging Nazis when he has Jews in his orbit? I find that less convincing, but certainly the extremists that I spoke to were like, oh, he gave his white daughter away to a Jew, the White House is the Jew house, and, the move of the embassy to Jerusalem, which was largely to satisfy evangelical Christians, was viewed as sort of a great betrayal to the white nationalist cause. So there's been something of a disillusionment with Trump himself over the past, over his time in government. And so the consequences of that are a move away from electoralism, this idea that, like, we as white nationalists, as white power, humanitarians are going to achieve our goals through the mechanisms of elected office, and towards accelerationism, which is the doctrine that essentially let's hasten civilizational collapse through violence, and then we can our desired goal of a white ethno-state, ethnically cleansed of Jews and minorities. And so that's where you see a lot of the danger, a lot of the potential for violence coming is through this idea of hastening collapse, particularly at this precarious moment when civic passions are quite high and when Trump is, from his bully pulpit, encouraging violence in not so many words, directing people to watch the polls at armyfortrump.com. If you already have an encouragement from the highest office in the land to go surveil polling places, perhaps armed, that really is an environment ripe for civic strife, and civic strife that white power movementarians are eager to exploit in order to usher in collapse.
Listen, I'll tell you, I could not have done what you did without probably being super disappointed in humanity. Probably every time I walked out on the street, I would be looking at people's faces, wondering, are you one of those people, behind this pseudonym on this website? I'm wondering about just the psychological impact of immersing yourself in this sort of environment. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
Well, I think there are things worth sacrificing your mental health for. I think there are things worth sacrificing maybe a sense of safety. I've had the FBI come and visit and tell me about death threats and rape threats against me. The book came out. But I feel that my sense of peace is not worth, not educating people about the totality and the urgency of this threat. And so it was very difficult. It was like, walking, I described it in the book as walking through a room whose walls are made of burning glass. To spend every day over a year immersed in these really corrosive environments, and certainly, hatred of Jews is so endemic that I, was experiencing a sort of really toxic anti-Semitism and racism, immersing myself in it every day for, 2 years. And yeah, I think, would I do it again? Yes, I would, because it's worth it to understand the threat that we're facing and to help other people through the book, understand where we're at this moment in 2020. And, if I can warn one person, if I can convert one person towards standing up and fighting the way I had, then it was worth it, and I would do it again.
Talia, I know our producers are asking us to wrap it up, but I just have to ask you, just because it's such an interesting, and it sort of goes back to the earlier question that I asked you. Was there a part when Amber was talking about the psychological impact on doing something like this, was there a point where you realized that some of the things that you encountered had never gone away? In other words, if we talk to our grandparents or people who are much older than us, who may have experienced either National Socialism or, racism in its most overt form in the form of Jim Crow, they'll always say, yeah, things have gotten better at some level, but you never, ever let go of the fact that things can go pear-shaped very, very quickly because these things do not go away. In the case of Jewish people, this stuff has existed for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And did that realization that we really have not come as far as we sometimes think we have come sort of hit you like a ton of bricks? Because I sometimes think that we're younger, we live in a country where we have access to information and we have access to things that our ancestors did not have access to. We have great jobs and we interact with people who are very diverse, and yet underneath all of that is that sort of that current that exists that if you just scratch below the surface, you uncover.
Yeah, I mean, speaking with you guys as as Black people, myself as a Jew, I think we have so much in common as religious minorities, as racial minorities. I would say yes, to encounter the fact that this prejudice that killed, my grandparents' families, and, my mother lost a sister in the Holocaust, and to discover that these eliminationist prejudices are alive while kicking and inspiring murder, as I'm writing a book. Certainly it was disheartening, especially, I grew up with the privilege of the hope of kind of the American dream, and that I would realize this journey that my grandparents had taken over the sea after the war. I would say just that, hatred and, scapegoating and fear, and the exploitation of fear are universal human drives. And the ways that's linked to violence, straight from the 1898 Wilmington coup that led to a white supremacist absolute takeover of a multiracial Delaware town, right now to 2020. I mean, there's a straight line that these human elements are universal, the things that lead people to hate. But on the converse, things that lead people to rise up, to be courageous, to speak from a space of solidarity, and to say, I will protect my community against these forces of hate, have also not attenuated, have also not gone away. And that's what brings me hope. That's what lets me wake up every morning, is to say, educating people is worth it, because I want to empower people to defend their communities against this rising threat.
Alrighty,
so
this lady went undercover. This lady went undercover. And she is a Jewish woman. But she masqueraded as a German female on a website. And she went to white supremacist websites. And while she was courting and talking to these men, she actually wrote a book about the conversations. So you know that a lot of these men that she was talking to over them 2 years, that were asking her to marry them, that were asking her to come have more babies for the white race, to know that they was talking to and telling their thoughts, and was actually trying to get someone who they despise, the embarrassment that they're going to take from their other white supremacist buddies. It's amazing this woman ain't dead. I'm telling y'all, it's amazing that this woman ain't dead. Baby, go sit down. It's amazing that they haven't killed her. I'm dead serious. It's amazing they haven't killed this woman. It's amazing she's still alive.
What's going on, guys? It's Jimmy here with your second stimulus check update and election update. I have several different things to bring to you.
Oh, Lord.
Going on with the second stimulus
Is it Jimmy?
And the second stimulus
Is
check.
it Jimmy?
Employment extension update. I'm going to get right into it. Just
But
first, don't
first,
forget to give this video a like down below. It really helps out our channel. And if you're new here, make sure to subscribe down below so you don't miss out on new videos coming out. Okay, first up, Nancy Pelosi says she doesn't want to have to sweep up the dumplings of this elephant after the election. As you can see here, House Speaker and leader of the Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, appeared to compare the actions of the Trump administration to elephant.
Somebody asked the question. Do I just play news clips? The name of the show is Breaking News. Come watch the news and share your thoughts. That's the title of the show. So why would you ask me, do I just play news clips? Do you have any comments on what we've seen before? Do you have anything that I played so far? Would you like to talk about it? Was there anything that you didn't get or understand? Would you like some knowledge? The show is called Breaking News. Come watch the news and share your thoughts. So why would you ask me, why was I playing news clips? But later on, I might preach. Or I might pull up a topic that's relevant to you. But right now, we're doing the news. Hang around.
Young at the conclusion of a discussion that largely focused on the ongoing negotiations for the new stimulus package. That's right, elephant dump. Nancy Pelosi says, quote, because we want to have an agreement, we can come to the negotiation. And we can do it now, but what's the difference of a few days? Except we can have it before the election, which we want it as soon as possible. And I certainly want it because I don't want to have to be sweeping up after this dumpings of this elephant as we go into a new presidency in a few short months. Now, Nancy Pelosi's comment, it's unclear if she is talking about President Trump or the Trump administration or the Republicans in general, but my, what a quote coming from Nancy Pelosi. Remember how I've told you in the past that politicians can literally change their mind 180 degrees within 24 hours, and it happens all the time? It's interesting now that we've gone from the White House pushing for the second stimulus package before the election, literally with everything they could, everything in the kitchen sink, they're throwing at it to get the second done before the election because they think it'll help out President Donald Trump. Well, now, literally within the last 48 hours, we've now gone from that to see now Nancy Pelosi pushing to get the stimulus package done before the election. Now, there's multiple reasons on why Nancy Pelosi could be doing this. We might never know the actual reason. Is she doing it just for show? Know that she's doing this? Is she doing this so she could be reelected? Remember, she's up for reelection on November 3rd along with Mitch McConnell.
All you gotta do is type in Brother Derrick. I got 24 pages, 24 channels. Go look at the body of work. Go look at any topic you can think of. We've talked about it. We're not one-dimensional. But today we're looking at the news. We're learning about the state of the stimulus package that we are waiting on right now.
Now, I will be covering both of their re-elections, how they're doing, and whether the Senate or the House of Representatives is going to be Democratic or Republican along with the presidency on November 3rd. So make sure you tune into the channel on November 3rd as I will be covering whether Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell and the president are all going to be reelected. So is Nancy Pelosi doing this just to get reelected? Is she doing this to help out her Democratic friends so that they can be reelected, so they can say, hey, we tried our best to get a stimulus package done? Or is she actually trying to get it done before the election? Because after the election, all bets are off. President Trump might be not reelected, then not want to pass stimulus, or he could be reelected and not want to pass stimulus, or he could be reelected and want to pass stimulus, but she might not be the Speaker of the House anymore. The Democrats could lose their majority, or she could not be reelected at all, and we could have a brand new Speaker of the House or a new Senate Majority Leader. So when Election Day comes, everything just kind of goes crazy because there's literally 100 different scenarios of what could happen. Nancy Pelosi could be gone. She could be there but not be the leader. Mitch McConnell. I mean, there's just so many things that could happen. That's why we'll be covering it on Election Day because who knows what could happen at this point. So her best bet, if she actually wants to pass stimulus, which she says she does, I mean, she's been negotiating on this for months, so you would think she'd want this to just come to a closure, at least for now, get some stimulus passed now, and then they can work on more stimulus after the election. So she can just finish this chapter off of the stimulus and then pass it, get it out. Maybe the money goes out right after the election or right before the election, and then they can work on getting more as this pandemic continues. Nancy Pelosi and Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin had another talk.
You say I'm a bit rude. I'm not rude. I just don't like people that ask silly questions. That was a silly question. You asking me is all I do is play news clips when the video is called Breaking News, Come Watch the News with Us. I mean, come on. You know how crazy that sounds? Sound like you trolling. But I'm putting on the show. I don't care how many people come to it. That's the difference.
Yesterday and plan to talk again today over the final details of the stimulus package negotiation. Her top aide said that the Speaker and Secretary Mnuchin spoke at 3 p.m. yesterday for approximately 53 minutes. In this call, they continued to narrow their differences. The Speaker has tasked committee chairs to reconcile differences with the Republicans over the last few key areas. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell from the Republicans is also set to have a vote on a skinny bill, a skinny stimulus package from the Republicans in the Senate, and we now know the details of what is actually in that bill. They're supposed to vote on this either today or tomorrow. We have conflicting reports, and knowing Mitch McConnell, it could be either day. The main key points of this bill is liability protections for businesses and hospitals and schools, a second round of paycheck protection program with reforms to require new applications to show you must have a revenue loss. Early indicators say your business must be down by at least 25% and maintain loan documents consistent with IRS requirements. The unemployment extension in this bill will be $300 per week in extra unemployment benefits to those who qualified under the CARES Act, and this will go to December 27th. It also extends the authorization for railroad unemployment benefits to December 27th also. Also in this bill, the provisions would forgive the $10 billion Treasury loan to the United States Postal Service authorized in the CARES Act, and basically just make it forgivable, which they wouldn't have to pay it back, which is also the same thing of the Paycheck Protection Program that went to small businesses. Now, it's unlikely to get support from the Democrats, which they do need support from the Democrats, barring some weird change of events for the Democrats, because they have their own large stimulus package that they're trying to pass also. And this small, skinny stimulus package does things because it's literally 1/3 or 1/4 of the price of the larger stimulus package. So obviously there's only 1/3 or 1/4 as many in there. I do think it would be a good idea to pass bills where they could pass this one, get things out of the way, pass another one, get things out of the way, pass another one, get things out of the way, agreement on the large stimulus package. But the problem is the Democrats have been against these smaller bills. If we had passed a bunch of smaller bills already, we probably have already gotten stimulus checks, unemployment, and all these different things that could have passed instead of like lumping, 147 things into this.
Who would have thought?
And making it basically an all or nothing agreement. But at this point, the all or nothing agreement is our best chance to get all this done. And the larger package does have everything we need in there, except for multiple stimulus checks.
All right, well, you have a nice one. One thing I notice about these sensitive people on YouTube, when you check them on them saying something without thinking, they want to run. You know that what you said was silly. But what possessed you to say it? Do you have the devil in your head? Come to the Wednesday Bible study tomorrow. We'll see if we can get that devil out your head. I'm going someplace new. I'm going to look over the videos of that person and then come in and say something so I know something about the person. According to you, you just click the link. What link? Did you click on the show? You saw the title. And you still ask that question. So have a nice one.
Businesses, it has unemployment money, it has money for mortgage and rental assistance, money for schools. I mean, everything in the kitchen sink is in there. Future. Also, the U.S. Presidential Debate Commission has approved a rule now, which is brand new, to mute the mics of the person not speaking during the next presidential debate, which will be on Thursday. As you can see here, the Commission on the Presidential Debates has adopted new rules muting the microphones of President.
Let's keep it moving. But I wanted y'all to notice that, see, this been going on since May. And they keep duty farting around. Instead of the Republicans sitting down with Nancy Pelosi and making a deal, they, for the 6th time, are trying to make their own bill. For the 6th time, they're trying to make their own bill. And they know the Democrats not going to go for it. So why are they making it? And that bill gets smaller and smaller. The Democrats asked back in May for $3.2 trillion. They talking about $500 billion. You got May, June, July, August, September, and we ain't October. 6 months. And we still don't have a stimulus package. How many bills are they going to try and make when they know that the Democrats ain't going to go for it? But they still keep making them. This is retardism. It's not their money, it's our money. They are spending our money. But they act like it's their money. It's our money they spending. They giving us our money back, but they act like they doing us a favor. They know people out here hurting. They know that people are out here hurting. We should be getting a stimulus check every month like in Canada. You want to get rid of the CV? I've been calling for shut the country down. Lock the borders. 17 days. Make everybody stay on their property. Give everybody $5,000. Tell them go get what you got to get to keep yourself entertained. You want to buy a new TV. You want to build your man cave. You want to build a pool. You want to put a tree house for the kids. Something to keep you busy and keep you on your property. We do that, we don't have no CV. Everybody that has it is going to die. Once we do that, we have no more CV. We're going to have to quarantine anybody that want to come out in the country. They got to be quarantined 14 days. They got to be quarantined for 14 days. Anybody that want to come in got to be quarantined. That's what they do in China. Why can't we do it here? Why are we so scared to tell people, hey, you want to leave the country? If you want to come back, 14-day quarantine. That's something that we can do right now. I've been calling for it since March. But see, people want to do what they want to do, and they're hard-headed. Because you know people are not going to stay on their property. So we're going to have the National Guard march up and down the streets. And anybody that get caught, we're going to have to set up a little mini jail. And we're going to throw them in there and let them quarantine. We're going to have to make up some holding cells. And we're going to have to make them sitting there for the quarantine. So you can stay in your house. You'll have 4,000 or 5,000 to get your new PlayStation 5. Get your big TV. You get your satellite or cable TV. You can watch movies. Whatever you got to do. Get some video games. Get some Sorry, some Scrabble, some backgammon. Whatever you got to do to keep yourself busy during the quarantine. We won't have no CV. There won't be not one CV case in the country. Don't let anybody in the country, anybody, they got to be quarantined for 14 days or they can't come in the country. So people want to come in the country, they better make sure they got enough money that they can stay in the hotel or whatever, wherever they put you at for 14 days so you can go out and get something to eat and do what you got to do. But you're going to be quarantined. You're going to have to order some food. And they're going to have to leave it at the door. Credit card to pay for it. They'll leave it at the door and knock on it and run, and then you come get your food. We won't have no CV. That's all it takes. We could have done this back in March. Wouldn't have 220-something thousand people dead. But we got a president that care about money more than he care about citizens. That man don't care about you. And yet some of you gonna go vote for this man. So that means you don't care about yourself. That means you don't care about your children. You don't care about your grandchildren. Because if you did, you would not be voting for this man. So QD wanted to know what we talk about. Well, you just heard it. Go on to the next story.
United Healthcare.
Elk Grove family is calling for change after a 14-year-old boy riding his bike was hit by a car and killed.
Tragic story here. It happened on Whitelock Parkway, just past Bruceville Road. CBS 13 spoke with the boy's aunts at the scene of the crash. Police say a driver clipped the back of his bike, throwing him 30 to 40 feet in the air. And they say the pedestrian signal was not activated to alert the oncoming driver, who, by the way, did stop and is cooperating with the investigation. Family members say the speed limit changed on this road back in January. Drivers simply do not stop.
There's probably won't be left. Mainly our concern right now is the crosswalk and making sure that people stop when they see pedestrians.
The city says they recently made intersection improvements, adding signalized buttons there at the stoplight.
Now see, that's my biggest fear when I go out. That's why y'all make fun of me for having all those lights. Somebody hit that little boy and knocked that little boy 30 feet. You know. And he probably broke his neck when he landed. Every day that I'm out there on that bike. Or even when I'm riding in the scooter and I ride in the street. There's a good chance somebody's going to hit me. But you take that risk. Because you could be walking and somebody could hit you. You could be on the sidewalk. Somebody could jump the curb and hit you. You can be sitting on your front porch. Somebody could jump on there and hit you. You can't live like that. But for that young man to be in a crosswalk, a pedestrian bicycle crosswalk, and you hit him, either you're not paying attention or you just don't care. As a young man did for no reason at all. You took somebody's life because of your own negligence. What do you say to the family of that little boy?
One person is now detained in the deadly stabbing of a Metro employee over the weekend. This happened at the 7th Street station in downtown L.A. Police then put out these surveillance photos of the woman that they believe may be involved in this. NBC4's John Caddis-Klimak now with the latest.
It was here at the 7th Street Metro station where investigators say whoever it was that stabbed the Metro employee got off the train at this location and then disappeared. This woman seen exiting the Metro Red Line at the 7th Street Metro station in downtown LA Friday night. Homicide detectives are trying to determine if she's the one who got into an argument with the unnamed Metro employee, pulled a knife, and stabbed the employee multiple times. That's what LAPD is trying to figure out. The woman's photo shared far and wide over the weekend. A focus on the green bicycle she had with her, which led to police taking her into custody today. Once the train made it to the 7th Street station downtown, the woman disappeared, and paramedics took the Metro employee to the hospital, where he later died. Metro was quick to issue a public statement saying that overall the Metro system is safe, citing a downward trend on violent crimes system-wide. It's unclear if the victim was working at the time or headed home from work for the evening. LAPD is hoping someone else who may have seen something might reach out to them with some more information. They're hoping that somebody might have some cell phone video of whatever it was that led up to the incident that led to the murder. Reporting downtown, I'm John Caddis-Klimak, NBC4 News.
That damn shame. Save that man for nothing. Keep it going.
Homicides in Los Angeles are up 20% this year compared to the same time in 2019. 239 people were killed between January and September 2020, and that's according to the Crosstown report, with 40 in July, the most during 1 month in a decade. The report did find a 9.7% drop in overall crime. Johnston for CBS LA.
That was great.
Can't wait to tell everyone about it. A shooting inside an illegal social gathering at a club sends people running. The chaos erupting at around 7 in the morning with dozens of people inside. 3 people shot, 1 of them killed. Detectives now looking for a shooter. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson is live in the University Heights section with the story. Kimberly?
Well, we're now learning much more about the 19-year-old young lady who was killed out here this morning. Sources tell Eyewitness News June 20th, she was also shot. She was one of 4 people injured in a similar incident here in the Bronx, but this time she did not pull through. As for this lounge, police say it is an illegal social club, which many living here tell me has been one big headache.
Ran for their lives in this video obtained by Eyewitness. The crowd scatter outside of a bar after someone inside opened fire.
I just heard people screaming, but I didn't have the time to stand to see what happened.
Socrates was inside Mixed Tech in the kitchen just after 7 this morning when police say a man pulled out a gun and started shooting. His car parked right outside was hit. The lounge is small here on Jerome Avenue, only one room with nowhere to hide. All of the chaos and confusion, a 19-year-old woman was hit with several bullets and did not survive. Witnesses time there were 20 to 30 people inside. The DJ was playing, and then there was the loud, piercing sound of gunfire.
I heard that sound, I ran. When I ran through that door, I fell down. I keep running. I didn't care.
People in this area say this lounge has been a problem for some time. Late night parties, people gathering both inside and out, even with restrictions in place during COVID-19.
There's always like a crowd of people till like late in the night. Pretty much there's always a bunch of people here.
Which is exactly the case here early this morning. 2 more people, both men, were also shot and injured, but are expected to recover. Police say the suspect took off in a gray Acura MDX, which appears to be this car, which pulled up to the lounge.
When I was getting up at about 7 a.m., me and my daughter were getting ready to go out, and we heard the helicopters above. And then when we came out, I saw all the police and activities and everything.
Again, at this hour, police are still looking for the gunman and have not yet released the victim's name.
Ain't gonna shame, but you know what? They ain't supposed to be doing that. And she got shot in July, and she back out there again. And I feel sorry she died, but she shouldn't have been out there. She shouldn't have been out there. Just saying. All right, we going back to Michigan. What up, dude?
He needs some help.
Rarely seen. You're looking at video of a Dearborn shooting that has police there scrambling to make an arrest. And let's start there tonight at 6. It happened yesterday. The video shot by someone in the targeted car raises a lot of questions the chief in Dearborn once answered.
Topic who is this person and where did he go after he opened fire, but fortunately missed hitting any people? Local 4's Rod Maloney is live tonight at the corner where this incident happened. So, Rod, what do we know tonight?
Well,
all right, we already saw the story. My bad.
It happened here, at least the police say it happened here.
You know what? I feel like doing a topic on something. Let me play something here. Play something for y'all. And give me a second.
Hey, yo, this is Bodell Road.
Let me go find a topic.
Yeah, I go again. I know you suckers grown when I got the microphone. Yeah. You feel that? Yo, I'm working you bros. Hurting my foes, hurting your blood. I can't count how many rings I done. You need a calculator. The toll, the amount of the pump I take out daily. You guys be lazy like Beatles, Barry, Dirty Dancing like Swayze, Jay-Z or whatever. You couldn't pay me to sound like what? Get down like what? You trying to collect my butt, y'all go nuts when you hear my voice. You know me, or we'll get you. Make it to me, don't treat me as a villain. That ladies, I'm feeling, buses be late tax. I'm spilling semen, yeah, I think you suckers running. There's coming, better take some. My house, cup your head for a one man, family wild guy. Who gets you hot with my whistle for your technique? I make my own beat quick, haters will see. With my musical hypnotic, never body, never pass, never deceptive, always receptive. Your girls I slept with, your sister I crept with, but your mom was the best hit. Yo, you suckers wrong when I grab a microphone. Yo, I make you shiver with the sound I deliver. Yeah. One day brothers will be coming around, begging Derrick, please put me down. Let me freak one of those beats. I bet your technique, originality, and the quality the DJs lack. See, let me get one of your tracks. That's my future, but to me it's a hobby. That's why you can't bribe me. You can't buy me. Got static, then try me. You can beat me, I'll delete me. You flex, but you can't beat me. Every podcast you go to the corner, the chrome for you. In front of your friends, the local prism, I don't care. It's a part of compound. Bye. All right, no doubt the problem with even the hardcore fans. Look at that hand, down that head. My style spread like DDT. Expose on you like TNT. I invite you, I feel like it's striking you all over. Then your rabbits with your fully clover. Where you like it draws, but I see your weaknesses, I see your flaws. This one impress your boys, but I'm coming to win. I'm bringing the noise, I got your spot on rock. I'm rocking your block like with the cops. I'm not looking over my shoulder, but I'm bringing swinging beats and words. Like a boulder, you grew, so get down the river. I made them shiver with the style I deliver. You something wrong when I grab the microphone. Yo, I make them shiver with the style I deliver. Yo, you something wrong when I grab the microphone. So cop this, you can't stop this. I got issues. You suckers are soft like tissues. I brought rocking dishes all the way. Your girl don't bitch shit. I said, she's just found about these bitches. She won't leave. She just lingers around my place, won't stay out of my face. Moving on, keep BET warm because I'm coming in a black summer. Like Jesus.
Hey, Anita.
I'm gonna just take it back me. Think it, get your black meat. Never my friend. When I take over, your career will be over and done with. You're not legit, so why not quit? People usually just call, crack your car, get your mom, smack your kid slack. We just found a right joke tonight, and then we know about get the body bad, cause it's lights out. Yo, I make them shiver, quiver with the sound I deliver. Yo, you suckers grown wrong when I grab a microphone. Yo, I make them shiver, quiver with the sound I deliver. If you suckers grown wrong when I grab a microphone. BROTHA, the one-man show. And like I say, like I always say, every day I pick up the paper. I'll be the bitch of Eric. I thought you furry. And so I won't put the grave up in the system. You don't want to listen? Fine. Don't start bitches when you get locked up. And hey, what's up? Take that old thug image down to the football line and get one of those power scrimmers. I ain't with it. I'm out. BROTHA, the one-man show. The master of ceremony.
Alrighty, I went to the bathroom. What happened? Hi. That's him. Oh, that was Nightbot that got you. It says, stop spamming words, phrases, one. Okay. I'm doing pretty good. That was Nightbot that got you. Nobody, times you out or anything. Alright, y'all. I just went and picked out 2 articles and went to the restroom. Let me, wait a minute, where did I put it at? Because somebody asked me, is that all we do? So, that person actually gave me an idea for a subject. Because see, that's what we do here. We're a self-help channel. Whether it be religion, getting along with your neighbors, getting along with the workplace, growing a relationship to Jesus and God. But like I said, the person got a little tick. And see, there's a reason why people don't chat in my chat. Because they know if they say something silly, I'm going to call them out. So it makes them hesitant. You know, it makes them hesitant. I'm doing pretty good, Anita. It makes them hesitant. But for some reason, even though we got more people than usual, nobody talks. Nobody is chatting. Doesn't bother me. As you heard in that song, I'm the one-man show. Now, I would love to dialogue and debate, and I would love to exchange ideas with people. But most people just want to watch. The same way when you see a fight going on. You don't try to break it up. You pick out your camera. Where else, Dad? Where else? Because you don't want to get involved. You don't want to do anything. You just want to complain. That's what people do. They want to complain. Here at this channel, we don't just tell you what's wrong. We tell you solutions. or try to suggest solutions. Some of my solutions might work for you, some of them might not. But we take the time to look at a problem and then we try to find solutions. And that's what separates us from most of the other channels. That's why you can type my name in and you can see people make videos about Minister Brother Derrick. They never make a video saying anything that I say is wrong. They never make a video saying that our content, they don't do that because they can't. All they can do is make fun of how I look. Make fun of where I live. But they can't do nothing about the fire that comes out of my mouth. Now, y'all see, that's what I typed into Google. Why do people say the dumbest things out their mouth? Because that's what a troll that was in here earlier did. He or she came in here and said, is that all you do is show news clips? The title of the show is Breaking News. Let's look at the news together. That's the title of the show. There's no clickbait. All you do is talk about the news? Really? What makes us say stupid things? You've been around people that say stupid things at the wrong time. And you just look at them like, how many times are you trying to get grandma to give you some money so you can go to the arcade side? Or you try to get grandma some money so you can get some extra rides because going to the amusement park with the school, trying to get grandma to give you some extra money. You sweet talking grandma taking out the purse and pulling the little wallet out. She about to hand you some money. Then your cousin come in there and say, don't give him no money, grandma. I just saw his father give him $10. He don't need no money. Put your money away, grandma. You want to turn to your cousin and punch him right in his mouth. Like, what the hell, man? Why did you come mess up what I just did? You just messed up what I was doing. Grandma didn't need to know that my father gave me money. I'm trying to have a good time. $10 ain't no money in no music box. That money be gone within the first hour. Then what I'm going to do the rest of the time? This ain't the kind where you pay one fee and ride all day. No, you got to pay for these rides. So I'm trying to get me something and you come mess it up. Oh, but I'm sorry. No, you ain't sorry. You stupid. Because why did you open your mouth up? Do y'all understand? Why do we say stupid things? If you tell your landlord, the stove don't work, to try to get something off the rent money, and you go behind and you unplug the stove, and when the landlord comes test the burners, he go, man, sorry it took me so long to come, but I'll take $50 off your rent. Then when your children come in and say, that sure was a great meal you cooked this morning. You had that stove working. Landlord gonna look at you like you lying piece of trash and storm out. You looking at the person saying, really? We just had $50 off the rent and you coming in and ruining it. Like, what the hell was you thinking? Why you say anything? There was no need for you to come in here and say anything. I'm talking to the landlord. You ain't gonna pay no daggone rent out your pocket. Why the heck is you worrying about what I'm doing in here with the landlord? Which begs the question, why do we say stupid things? If there was people from the church and they was giving everybody food baskets, and I went outside to get a food basket, and my neighbor say, ain't you on disability? You still get your check. You don't need to get no food. And then they snatch the basket back. Why is that your business? What in your little brain made you feel that you had to make sure I didn't get a basket? Why do we feel the urge to key up at the wrong time and say something stupid? Well, earlier I said why. It's because your daddy is the devil. And the devil like to tell you dumb stuff in your head. And if you listen to it, you're going to find yourself in trouble. Learn how to tune him out. And don't say you don't know what I'm talking about. Because you sat there and been on the job. And you and your coworker standing there and the boss walk by. And both of y'all say hi to the boss. And the boss say your coworker name A, but don't say nothing to you. Then you feel some kind of way. Yeah, Mark, that gonna chump. Yeah, I'm twice as good as she is. Why are you gonna talk to her and he not gonna say nothing to me? I'm gonna get both of them. You watch. Somebody that's following Jesus isn't going to pay that any mind. Because there ain't no voice in their head. They got Jesus in their head. They're not going to pay it no mind. But somebody listening to the devil, see, I told you the boss don't like you. And see, your friend is probably telling him you're a lousy employee. And that's the reason why he didn't pay you no mind. He probably trying to fire you. But make sure you go do something. And you go up there and slash the tires in the car. Or, they drink coffee. You go in there and put a little piss in it. That's because you listen. Anita says, people make fun of me all the time. If you listening to that voice in your head, tune that voice out. Tell that voice to go somewhere. If you sit there and you see somebody about to get something and you ain't getting none of it, why you gotta say something to make sure they don't get none of it either? They might share it with you, but you make sure they don't get, so nobody get nothing. You just key up and ruin the whole thing. Why? Why do we have, Anita says, don't worry about what others think. I don't worry. I worry about what Jesus thinks. I worry about what Lord God Jehovah thinks. I don't worry about what human beings think. Human beings can't get me off this planet to the next level. Not one human being can get you off here. And we were asked in the chat today, why is it that there's not many people chatting? Because I don't kiss people butts. I don't let them come in here and say anything out their mouth. But I go in other chats and see people in there saying all kinds of crazy stuff. And they act like they don't see it. They're glad they had somebody over there. I was sent to come here. This ain't my job. This ain't how I pay my bills. I already told the Spirit when he told me to come do this. These people ain't gonna listen. He said, go anyway. I said, you know they're gonna buck back and you know that they're gonna attack me for what I say. They'll go do it. I said, okay, but if they go too far, I'm gonna get them. And you can't hold it against me. Spirit said, yeah, I know. And that's why I'm here. And I've been here since May of 2018. Live streaming, but I started making videos in September of 2017. But here's the thing. One thing we don't do is listen to the demons. We don't listen to the children of the devil. Many of them came through here, but you just wait, and they're going to say something or do something stupid. And they leave and they come back, and they leave and they come back, and they leave and they come back. Whether they hear or not, I'm still going to bring the message. I don't get mad when I see other people have more people in their chat. They ain't talking about nothing. All they doing is talking about other YouTubers. I tried going over to the other side. They attacked me for doing Family Feud. They attacked me for doing religion. They attacked me for doing the news. But I challenge you, go over to the other side and watch them chats. Oh, yeah, the weather here was 76 degrees. Oh, did you hear about that forest fire? I thought you didn't do the news. That's news. You do politics. We don't want to talk about politics yet. I come back in there. Did you hear what Trump said today? I thought you didn't do politics. Y'all just as bad as the people in this sector. It's just more of you. It's just as bad. They call each other names over there like they do here. Except here, they just talking mess. They sending the daggone FBI to your house. They don't play over there. Y'all over here pussyfooting. Yeah, I'ma dox you, and they got feds kicking in people's doors. That's why I came back. I said, shoot, I'm safe over here. At least y'all keyboard gangsters. These people, literally, will tell them that you dealing drugs. Tell them that you got women in here and you're selling them for sex. They tell you, them people crazy. I said, man. Anita says, I worked a 25-hour shift at my job. That's more gas and propane. She said, I like you. I've been watching you for a while. She said, damn shame. Yeah, that's why I came back. I left this sector. I said, you know what? I already talked every topic I could talk. I taught them how to improve themselves, improve the relationship with their neighbors, what to do with the kids, the schools, their job. I said, I'm pretty much talked about everything. Let me go over here where, it's more people at. Maybe I can reach them. Man, some people crazy. That's why I came back over here. That's why I came back. I said, man, people crazy. Maybe one day I'll go back over there. And I mean, they actually start stuff for no reason. They literally start stuff for no reason. I mean, no reason at all. How you doing today? Why you want to know? Wait a minute, am I in the wrong place? All I said was hi. They ready to jump on you like I done. That what y'all do? So y'all don't want to talk about politics. You don't want to talk about religion. You don't want to talk about nothing. But somebody can't even say hi. You want to jump on them. But the topic of this article is, and y'all know I don't read them. We only going by the title because it matched what I was looking for. That's what Google popped up. Help us not to say stupid things. Why do we say stupid things? Deep down, you have a disdain for people and you hide it. Oh, girl, I love you so much. Oh, get smooches. Deep down, you don't like that person. Because if you get drunk and I sit around you, I can listen to you talk. You think she all that. Sitting there with that daggone fake weave and up daggone press on nails, and she sit there and wear them tight dresses and think she all that. I thought that was your best friend. Well, she is. But why are you talking about her like that? She needs to straighten up and fly right. She ain't no good. She knows she can do better. Have you talked to her about it? No, she ain't gonna listen. Well, if you ain't gonna talk to her and she won't listen, why are you wasting your breath talking about her? Because now I'm gonna be looking at her weird. Yeah, well, a friend said that she look at her doing that, But because you opened your mouth up, now everybody gonna be looking at her, And sooner or later, somebody's gonna say that you said, and that's the reason why nobody talking to her no more. And then she gonna come beat you up. And you gonna want to play the victim role. Well, the only victim you was listening to the devil's voice in your head. We all got that voice in our head. Don't act like it. How many times did you go try to win the essay concert? The essay contest. I said concert. You try to win the essay contest so you can win the prize. And everybody telling you going to win your essay. Your essay is excellent. Then you hear somebody practicing in the background, practicing reading that essay before they go on the podium and read it. And you hear him practicing it. It sounds better than what you got. Now you're going around saying, "Oh, something wrong with him. Oh, I don't like that guy." If you was confident in what you had, why hearing somebody else say their speech? Why that make you feel some kind of way? Why are you now plotting on how to disrupt him before he go out there? Why are you not confident in your work? I'm just asking. For you to stop practicing your speech on your essay to worry about him, you ain't got nothing to do with him. If your stuff is good, it's going to carry you. If he's better, then you got to do better. And instead of taking that time to adjust it and make your essay better, you're worrying about what he's doing. How is that productive? You don't let the little voice in your head get you off your game. You let the little voice in your head get you off your game. If everybody going to the party, you tell your friends you wearing an orange dress, and you about to walk in the door, and you see there's another lady in there that look better than you. And guess what? She got on the same orange dress. That ain't gonna help her. She got my dress on. It ain't your dress. She got her own dress. You got your own. Damn, I gotta go home and change. Why you gotta go home and change? Why do you have to go home and change? What little voices in your head telling you, I gotta go home and change now. We can't have the same thing on. The guy's gonna get us mixed up. Really? Your personality can't carry you above the fact that you and another lady got the same dress on. Your personality, your sense of humor can't overcome the fact that you and another lady have the same dress on. So you are admitting the other lady better than you. You don't even know. She's going to get the guy's phone numbers. You ain't getting nothing. But you ain't gotten the place yet to see. You let the little voice in your head tell you, you got to go home and change. So while you going home to change, she's going to get the best guy there. Because both of y'all going looking for men. She's going to have a better pick because she's going to be in there picking and you're going to be home changing. Because you let a little voice make you insecure and make you believe. But if you had Jesus in your heart, number one, you wouldn't be in no daggone nightclub. Because you will wait for a man to see Jesus in you. And he will be attracted to you because of that. Does the voice think, ain't nobody gonna come calling for me. I got to go out there where the men is. The men in the nightclub not looking for no wife. They looking for a lady for the night, not for a wife. But you wouldn't let the voice in your head talk you. I'm not going to wait and see what Jesus got planned for me. I'm going to take matters into my own hand. And this is the reason when we say stupid things. Before you say something, you should ask yourself, would Jesus approve of what I'm about to say? If you're doing something out of envy or jealousy, and you're trying to hurt somebody, do you think Jesus would approve? If your answer is no, why do you still do it? Is my question. If your answer is no, my question is, why do you still do it? Because if Jesus is in your heart, if Jesus is in your mind, the devil gonna run. Gonna run. Anita says, I need a good godly man, but I'm okay with being on my own. Well, St. Paul says, if you can be on your own, that's the best way to be. If you can can be on your own. That's the way to be. Because the person that's single is more worried about what God wants. A person that's dealing with somebody, then you got to worry about your spouse. Then you're going to have children. You got to worry about your children. And so you have less time to do things for God. So if somebody makes fun of you for not being in a relationship, you tell them, I'm doing things for God. I'm in the best kind of relationship you can have. Because I know God ain't going to cheat on me. God ain't going to bring no nasty stuff into my house like pornography and drug needles and marijuana. God ain't going to bring no diseases in my house like chlamydia and AIDS, gonorrhea. I know that God and Jesus ain't going to bring nobody looking to come rob and take what I got. Because they out there bragging about what I got. And now somebody want to come in here and take it. Somebody want to come get the TV. Somebody want to come get the surround sound. Somebody coming to get the jury. Because my mate out there bragging about what I got. You don't have no problem. You don't have any children. I don't have any children either. So see, we two peas in a pod. I had a little girl, but she only lived 40 days. She died of sudden infant death syndrome. And every Wednesday and Saturday, I come preach. Sometimes I preach during the week. But I hope that each time I come and preach, I'm putting something in my book of life. So that when he turns to my page, I hope he sees that I genuinely try to reach the. Because I want to see my little girl again. 40 days wasn't enough time. 40 days was not enough time. But I know she made it. Because she only lived 40 days. There was no chance to get the ratchet up in her. There was no chance to get no swag up in her. There was no chance. Get no racism, no sexism. There was no chance. Yeah, she went early. She went so early, she didn't have a chance to mess. Devil didn't get a chance to work on it. She don't have a mark. I'm trying to make sure I don't get the mark of the beast. Anita says, my condolences. Thank you, Anita. Said, be right back heating up dinner. So let me get back on topic. Why do we say the dumbest things at the wrong time? If you tripped and fell on the local drug dealer's car and you left a dent on his brand new Cadillac Escalade, he got the rims on it and everything, and you tripped and fell and put a dent on his new Escalade, and he's going door to door asking, who put the dent on my Escalade so I can F him up? and he knock on your door and you answer it and you say, I don't know. Don't know. Maybe it was a stranger or somebody. And then somebody come up and say, fool, you knew. You know you fell on that man's car. And that man beat you to 1 inch of your life. And you laying down there thinking, why would my neighbor tell him that? He's a drug dealer. He can afford to get his dent fixed. Ain't like he broke. He sat there and got me beat up. How dumb could you be? People don't snitch, but you just snitched on me. You're supposed to be my friend. What possessed you to do? How many times have y'all seen a young child know that the mother does not like for them to be outside playing in their good clothes? Y'all know what I'm talking about. And one day she doing a wash. She like, Junior, what's wrong with these trousers? He said nothing. They was fine when I put them in the hamper. No, Junior. These pants got rips in them. Well, maybe it got caught in the dryer, Mom. I don't know. And then your sister come in there and say, you know good and well, you was out there, you know you wasn't supposed to be playing in your good clothes, and you was out there in your good clothes, and now your mama chasing you around the neighborhood with a belt beating you. What possessed your sister when you had wiggled out of it? What possessed your sister to come make sure you did? What made her say that out her mouth? How many times have you met somebody, and you can be male or female in this scenario, and you start talking to that person and everything going good and y'all just clicking, and one of your friends come up and say, hey, how your boyfriend doing? What boyfriend? I ain't got no boyfriend. What do you mean you ain't got no boyfriend? How Larry doing? How lucky Larry doing? What's he with up to? You just talked to him yesterday. What do you think that man gonna think while you sitting there? He gonna leave. Oh, damn floozy. Same thing in reverse. Woman gonna say, if you got a girlfriend, why are you trying to talk to me? So your friend and just ruin your game. But why did he say it? What made him say it? Anita says, what got you beat up? She said, never my mom would beat me. Yeah, if you wore your church clothes or your school clothes, you out there playing around. You know you always had the old clothes with the patches in them. Remember the patches? When you got a hole in it, they got the patch. And just throwed it on there. Told you put it back on and push you out the door to go play. Now just go down to Salvation Army and get them some old clothes. You ain't gotta do no sewing or put no patches on. Just go get us some old clothes. That's all you need. So let's get to the topic and see if it matches anything but what the heck I just said. Let's blow it up so y'all can see it. We had 100%. Let's take it to, all right, we took it up to 150. Help us not to say stupid things. How do I get rid of this? What is this, man? I don't want, there it is, exit. There you go. What does the world need from evangelicalism, and what does evangelicalism need from Christianity today? We need you to help us to be our best selves and not to equate the faith with any human power with one-sided political ideology. Help us not to write, wait a minute now, is this the article? Where the article at? Where's the article? All right, well, let's get it. I don't think this is about what it says, but I'll give it a chance. What does the world need from evangelicalism, and what does evangelicalism need from Christianity today? We need you to help us to be our best selves. Help us not to equate the faith with any human power with one-sided political ideology. Help us not to write and publish and buy and read silly, shallow books. Help us not to say stupid things. Teach us to engage with our culture in ways that are civil and full of respect. Rebuke us when we are filled with hubris, when we want to believe and spread bad things about people whom we disagree. Help us to talk and think about things that matter. Mortimer Adler, the great book guy, pictured a great conversation where great minds from across the centuries gathered at the table to talk about those things that are true and beautiful and good. And you are our table, and you get to initiate topics sometimes about as often as anyone does. So teach us to talk about something more worthwhile than in-house gossip about who's up and who's down, who doesn't get along with whom, and what's the latest intramural squabble. Teach us how to discern better. The Apostle Paul said that we have this treasure in jars of clay. And in our evangelical world, we sometimes have a hard time figuring out where the treasure stops and the clay starts. At its core, the treasure is clear. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son. For God was in Christ reconciling the world to himself. That Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures. That he was buried. That he was raised on the third day according to the scriptures. The treasure is the evangel, the gospel, the good news. And it runs so deeply in your leadership, present and past. You can hardly look at the picture of Billy Graham or hear a word from him without getting choked up. The jar of clay is a bit more of a mixed bag. We're part of a whole evangelical subculture that had nurtured us and shaped us and filled us with that same combination of affection and gratitude and embarrassment with which a 15-year-old regards her parents. I think of all the mixed bag, the gospel horse, VeggieTales, the Jerusalem diet, the Bible answer man, the total woman, John Perkins, John Wembler, John Hagee, John Stott, John Piper, Johnny Cash, John R. Rice, Jimmy Carter, Jimmy Draper, Jimmy Swagger, Jimmy Packer, Jimmy Dobson, Jim Wallace. We are all a diverse group. So we need you to teach us the center on the treasure. We need you to be the centrist, but not with a bland, middle of the road, keep all the constituencies placated kind of centrism. We need you to teach us how to speak in a voice of passionate conviction from the best in our movement that is centered in our best understanding of the good news about Jesus and his kingdom. We need you to be a voice that is to be scripturally honest and fair to everybody, which engages our culture with her hermeneutic of charity and not always a hermeneutic of suspicion, and which cause us to live out those parts of the Gospels that we evangelicals so often fall short on. We need you to help us think about what are the differences that matter and what are the differences that are just the goofy and supernatural ones we adopt to make ourselves feel better. Wait a minute. What are the differences that matter and what are the differences that are just the goofy and superficial ones we adopt to make ourselves feel different? Sometimes to feel better about the wrong choices that we made. We need you to help us put the hay down where the goats can't get it. I love that phrase. It's from Garrison Keillor, the late Waubegon guy. He talks about a critic of Lutheran pastor Evangelist Inquivus, and the critic says, every once in a while, I wish he would just pound the pulpit so I know he wasn't preaching in his sleep. It's a lot of, on the one hand, this, and on the other hand, that. He just never comes out and says it. He never puts the hay down where the goats can get it. There are some churches in our midst that know the goats and that are really clever about the goats and really good at getting lots and lots of goats, but they don't have any hay. And what's worse is they don't have any hay. And there are some traditions where they have wonderful hay, and they love to dialogue about the hay, but they don't know the goats. And what's worse is they don't know the goats. I think of the gap that exists in so many churches between the work of the best and the brightest evangelical scholars, and then the assumptions of church attenders, from issues like eschatology to Middle Eastern policy to Christianity and science, to understand that the gospel is something more than minimal interest requirements for getting into heaven. Christianity today, we need you to help get the hay down where the goats can get it. We need you to inspire us. We need you to remind us of what we might yet become. We need you to do what Israel always needed her prophets to do, to paint a picture of shalom so beautiful that it moves us and quickens us and shames us and feeds us. We need you to help us imagine an evangelicalism where the gospel is preached with all of its clarity and beauty, where people become so generous that it's true once more than that there were no needy persons among them, where learning flourishes and is prized, where hostility toward other races and ethnicities and immigrants and aliens is transcended by love, where Muslims and Buddhists and athletes and atheists, Muslim Buddhists and atheists perceive that this is the community that will seek to bless them and to love them, where the persons and teachings and presence of Jesus becomes the guiding reality. There's a story about a woman who was going to die, and she called the pastor to the home to talk to her about what she wanted to happen at the funeral. She went through what scriptures she wanted read and what songs she wanted sung. Then she said, there's one other kind of unusual detail. I want to be buried with a fork in my hand. He said, well, that's kind of strange. Why do you want to do that? She said, well, because I want people to understand something. When I was at a banquet, my favorite part always came after the main meal was going to be cleared away and they were going to bring the dessert, when the server would lean over and whisper into my ear, keep your fork, because a fork meant that something good was coming, like a pie of cake, like biblical food. And I loved it. And they would say, keep your fork. And I wanted to tell people at my funeral, I want you to tell people at my funeral that when they go past the casket and they look in there and they see me lying in that box and they see me holding a fork, I want you to tell them about that story. I want you to remind them to keep your fork. Something better is coming. And so the day came and the funeral came and everybody saw this woman and they all asked the same question, what's the deal with the fork? And at the end of the time, the pastor told them the story about this woman and her hope. And he said, that's the message. Keep your fork. Something better is coming. Being an evangelical means this. There's only one name under heaven by which we are saved. Jesus alone is the Savior. Without Jesus, people are in deep trouble. As evangelicals, we have a passion to bring people to Jesus and Christianity today. We need you because we forget. You are our table. You are our voice. You are our prophet. You are the keepers of the fort. Help us to be our best selves. All right. That wasn't what I was looking for. Yeah, but it was okay. That wasn't what I was looking for, but it was okay. A lot of good information there. Sometimes you stumble onto something. I forgot which one I read. Was that the one we just read? Is that the same story? Yeah. Yeah, I told y'all I don't look at these. I bookmarked 2 of them. I ain't got them mixed up. Okay, let's try this one. Make sure I can see it. Alrighty. Why do I do stupid and sinful things? You do stupid and sinful things, I say it again, because you listen to the devil's voice in your mind and it makes you insecure and you feel that you must key up when actually you shouldn't be saying nothing. But you just feel you gotta say something. You gotta key up. What makes you do that? And why is it always done at the wrong time? What makes you do it? And why is it always done at the wrong time? Let's see what they say. Why do I do stupid things? Where do those desires come from? How did that idea pop into my head? The answer is more complicated than you might think. Consider the following verses reflecting upon the same incident in King David's life. Then Satan stood against Israel and incited David to number Israel. 1 Chronicles 21:1. Again the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, Go number Israel and Judah. And David said to God, I have sinned greatly in that I have done this thing. Satan was involved, God was involved, David was involved. Actually, that was Jesus. Okay. That's a pretty complicated scenario, and it begs a couple of fairly important questions. Does God tempt people to sin? Does God use Satan to accomplish his will? How free am I to determine my own actions? I know what the problem is. I didn't blow the page up. I fault, y'all. Trying to read it with my diabetes here. There we go. There we go. All right. Does God tempt people to sin? Number 1. Number 2. Does God use Satan to accomplish his will? Number 3. How free am I to determine my own actions? The first question is fairly easy to answer. No. God does not tempt people to sin. The Bible says, let no one say when he was tempted, I was tempted by God. For God cannot be tempted with evil, and he himself tempts no one. But each person is tempted when he is lured and enticed by his own desire. Temptations come from inside. They arise out of our twisted and fallen desires. They represent a wrong internal response to an exterior challenge or opportunity. Does God arrange for those challenges or opportunities? The answer to that must certainly be yes. God is often portrayed in the Bible as testing those who would follow him. After these things, God tested Abraham and said to him, Abraham, and said to him, Abraham, And he said, here I am. He said, take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains on which I shall tell you. The Apostle Paul even referred to God as a God who tests our hearts. Therefore, we might say that this isn't just something that God does, it is simply something that God is. He is God who tests our hearts. The purpose of all this testing is also made clear. For you know that the testing of your faith produces steadfastness, and let steadfastness have its full effect, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing. James 1:3. God tests us in order to assess and facilitate our growth and development as believers. Combining Genesis 22 and James 1, we might say that God tests us to know us and to grow us, but He does not tempt us. God's desire is never for us to do wrong, for it is always for us to reject wrong and to grow in all that is right, beautiful, and true. That leads us to our second question. Does God use Satan to accomplish His will? Again, the answer to that has to be yes. In the Bible, the devil is rather like a dog on a chain. He can't be trusted to do what rabid dogs do. He will bark, bite, ravage, and destroy if permitted. The good news is that God holds the chain. He will lengthen it or shorten it as it serves His purpose. We see that in the story of King David's census reference above, but we also see it in the story of Job. In that story, we are told there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them. Then the Lord said to Satan, from where have you come? Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro on the earth and walking up and down on it. And the Lord said to Satan, have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. Job 1:6-8. Notice that Satan, along with all the other angelic beings, came to present himself to God. Like every other angel, fallen otherwise, he is subject to whatever limitations the Lord sees fit to establish. In the case of Job, God lengthens the double chain and allows him to ruin Job's business and destroy his children in a horrific accident. But he is not to touch Job's life itself. That limitation is made explicit. Behold, all that he has in your hand. Only against him do not stretch out your own hand. God sets the boundary. The devil just does what he does. We see in the same in the New Testament. We are told that at some point God will significantly lengthen the devil's chain. Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding his hand the key to the bottomless pit and the great chain. And he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years, and threw him into the pit, and shut it, and sealed it over him, so that he might not deceive the nations any longer, until the 1,000 years was ended. After that, he must be released for a little while. While good Christians disagree about the meaning of the 1,000 years, the sense of the symbol is not disputed. God limits and then extends the devil's reach into human affairs as it suits his purpose. That brings us to our third question. How free am I to determine my own actions? The answer to this question is complicated. Certainly we are required by God to control our emotions and desires and to act in a godly and loving manner. When we see that in Second Temptation, we see that in the Second Temptation narrative in Scripture, where Cain was feeling jealous and angry toward his brother. The Lord said to Cain, why are you angry and why is your face falling? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is crouching at the door. Its desire is contrary to you, but you must rule over it. You must rule over it. Human beings are required by God to responsibly manage their emotions and desires. But are we able to do so? The story of the Old Testament would suggest that the answer is no. Even David, the best of men, gives in to lust in the matter of Bathsheba, and then to pride in the matter of the senses. Paul speaks without hope regarding the plight of man apart from the work of Christ. Both Jews and Greeks are under sin, as is written. None is righteous, no, not one. No one understands. No one seeks for God. All have turned aside. Together they have become worthless. No one does good, not even one. Let me read that again. Both Jews and Greeks are under sin. It is written, no one is righteous. No, not no one. No one understands. No one seeks for God. All have turned aside. Together they have become worthless. No one does good, not even one. Are we free? Certainly we make real choices. But the testimony of the Old Testament are affirmed here by the Apostle Paul is that all our choices lead in the direction of our fallen desires, lust, and ambitions. Our free choices lead us into death and sin. Wait a minute, can we say this again? Are we free? Certainly we make real choices, but the testimony of the Old Testament here affirmed by the Apostle Paul is that in all our choices lead in the direction of our fallen desires, lust, and ambition. Our free choices lead us into death and ruin. So what help does the Bible offer? Much in every way. First of all, the Bible offers us Christ, whose every word and desire conforms perfectly to the will of the Father. For wherever the Father has done, that the Son does likewise. No other human being could ever have said that, and that's why the Apostle Paul said that we are saved ultimately by the obedient life of Christ. For as by one man's disobedience the many were made sinners, so by the one man's obedience many will be made righteous. Do y'all understand that Adam was the first man? He was perfect. Him and Eve was perfect. But Satan used a snake to speak to the female, the weaker version, and got her to sin. And then she got Adam to sin. Men were thought of more important as women. So even though Eve sinned first, he talked Adam into sinning, and he did. So it's put on Adam, because he's the man. So every child they had did not have the perfection they started with. When they ate the fruit, they learned about good and evil. They learned they was naked. They learned that the bugs they've been laying around all this time, now all of a sudden they hurt. They can sting them. The red ants is getting them. The animals which they could hold in their lap and would do what they were told. They were like pets. Now, the animals, hey, I don't know you no more. Sure look good. Don't let me catch you slipping, because I'm going to eat you. That all changed. Only one person could take that away. And it had to be somebody perfect. Perfect. So God took. I call him ought to eat because it's part of himself. And that self is called Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ got to experience life as a human being. But He's been dealing with us the whole time. God says and Jesus does. Jesus is the worker. Jesus is the Word. Backs up every word that God said. Jesus took Adam's place. Adam was perfect, but he ate that apple. That sin into the world. He had the knowledge of right and wrong. They was in that garden. They didn't have a care. They got put out the gardens. Now, they had to work the field. They had to chase and keep the animals. But the animals would run to them and lay down. Say, hey, kill me. Everything got changed. Jesus came to try to help put it back. Jesus does for us what we can never do for ourselves. Thanks be to God. But there's one more. He also promises to give us the Holy Spirit. When we join Him through faith and confess our sins and place them upon His body on the cross, we are washed and cleansed and ready to receive the Holy Spirit. This Spirit comes into our heart and immediately begins to speak to the Father for us and to us for the Father. He begins to prompt and empower us in right directions. Therefore, the Bible says, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. Slowly but surely, the Spirit begins to turn us around towards Christ. The rest of that glorious passage in 2 Corinthians reads as follows. 2 Corinthians 3. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. And we are, with unveiled face, behold the glory of the God, and are transferred into the same image from one degree of glory to another. For this comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit. Slowly but surely, the new voice in our head overpowers the old, and we are pointed and prompted in the way of Christ. I suppose, then, that we are never entirely free. But then again, human beings weren't created for full and entire freedom. We are exalted creatures, surely, but always under lordship and influence. Once we were enslaved to our passions, stirred up and distorted by spiritual adversaries. Now, because of Christ, we are guided and helped by the Holy Spirit, who whispers guidance, truth, and encouragement to us from our Heavenly Father, steers us and strengthens us toward the image and likeness of God. Neither one of them articles really covered our topic, but they were good articles. I didn't mind reading them. Anybody have any questions about what we just read? Anybody? Anybody have any questions about what we just read? Anybody got any comments? Alrighty, let's take a music break.
Yo. This is BROTHA. Yeah, and if you can't deal with it, that's too bad. I'm making my own stop. I can't help it. You know, to me, rapping, you're teaching something or you're throwing a certain insult. You're not just talking about shit on the battle. You understand what I'm saying? Let's get to it. You battle, you preach. Oh, Jesus Christ. Who the hell put this tape in here? Boy, burn that tape. There ain't no damn good. Yo. I don't care about airplay. Who cares what you folks say? Your opinion don't mean jack to me.
You got around sound whack to me. Yo, I'm straight on ya. I'm putting a little something on ya.
I'm putting something on ya.
I'm setting it off, it's my time. I'm so gifted, it's got to be a crime. No one straight on me. I'm the one out there better than me. You don't think so? What's up, bro? You think you got something because you got the fresh something. But I'm bumping you off, ripping you off. And that blase, left us straight up like full of paper. I'm tired of your phony caper. Sick of you bragging about your cash, your ice. No matter what you wear, your flow ain't nice. In one ear, out the other. That jiggy, silly gibberish couldn't scare my grandmother. I'm singing lyrical thoughts over facts. Snatching your heart, daring you to strike back. Hey, I'm blocked. My poetry makes your breathing stop. I'm moving your block, they take over your spot. Cause I don't care about airplay. Who cares what you thugs say? Your opinions don't mean jack to me. Your ghetto rhymes sound whack to me. Yo, I'm straight on ya. I'm putting a little something on ya.
I'm straight on ya. I'm putting something on ya.
What you going to do? You keep that kind of rain. You're not talking about something I want to hear on Sunday. I don't care what you want to hear. Verse 2. Yo, I'm running through your block. How can you not? You brothers flock. You can't stop the onslaught. You don't notice me, but I be there right under your nose, but you're not aware. I'm almost visible, set things in motion. Agitating the situation while you catch me for the commotion. I find you stuff so funny. Why you risk your life for 10% of the money? Fellas from the bottom don't rule the world. They get to the top, dude. So who do you think I want to be around? Money don't care if you're black, white, or brown. It's in your pocket today and mine tomorrow. To spend, to lend. How much you want to borrow? No, I don't do that. So my pocket stay fat. GTA, I trust no one. That's the way it is. Cross me, kid. I said jump for a bid at the pen. Cause I don't care about airplay. Who cares what you thugs say? Certain things don't mean jack to me. You get around sound whack to me. Yo, I'm straight on ya.
I'm putting a little something on ya. And if you didn't know, I'm putting something on ya.
I'm from the street. I want to hear about your son. I want to hear about women. I don't want to know, man. I don't want to hear about that, okay? Third verse. Who you fixing to shoot? Who you fixing to leave? When they really start when I see you come out smile because you keep a dope up or you smoke up. Buck on me so I ain't get choked up, get broke up. See, I don't play and I won't lay down. I don't give ground, so bring your boys. Like you said, just bring the noise. Which one of y'all cruising for bruising? I had enough of the tough stuff. That's because you look rough, don't mean you tough. I'm calling you out. Throw your hands up, make a move, take a swing. I ain't got a damn thing to lose. Oh, you bragging because you from the hood? Son, jiu-jitsu. That might take some boxing crack, won't do you no good. Hear what I'm saying? Yo, one blow, I'll use playing. I'm a crank in the box race. I don't care about airplay. I don't care what you thugs say. Your opinions don't mean jack to me. You got around sound whack to me. Yo, I'm straight on ya.
Something on ya.
A little something on you. Rodero, the one man show.
And if you didn't know, I'm putting something on ya.
And what you think is up to you. Not my problem. I'm out.
I'm putting something on ya. Rocking from California. Down 95 to Padonia. Cleaning you out like ammonia. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, I'm putting something on you.
You call that rap? Okay.
Now, that phrase comes from a church man that I used to work for. His name was Mr. Hunter. And he would always say, hey, did you see that Tyson fight? He put something on him. That's where that phrase comes from. I know other people say it, but that's where I heard it at. He said he put something on him. He put something on him, Jack. And that's the title of that song. I'm putting something on you. People say that I'm rude. I'm not rude. I want to be like St. Paul. I say in the song, everything I do for you. Make me bold like St. Paul. What do I mean? St. Paul killed Christians like it was nothing. He thought it was his duty to kill as many Christians as he could, and he killed a lot of them. And one day, Jesus came to him and blinded him. And he said, Sal, why are you persecuted? Why are you doing what you're doing? And Jesus, instead of killing, his name was Saul, S-A-U-L. Instead of killing Saul, Jesus said, your punishment is that I'm going to give you your sight back, but your punishment is you got to go work. And I'm changing your name. Your name. Paul. And I need y'all to understand this. Because Jesus had supposed to learn to do what Jesus did. Human beings don't know how to forgive. Jesus had every right to kill Paul right there, but he didn't. One of his 12 disciples, Simon, it's two Simon. So Jesus renamed him Simon Peter. Some people just called him Peter because they already had a Simon. You know, the same way that they had two James. They had to look real good to figure out which one is Jesus' brother. They will look it up one day. But they had two James. They had Simon. But that other Simon, nobody know about him. But he was allowed to keep his name. Everybody else called the other Simon Peter or Simon Peter. Simon Peter said, once when Jesus said what was going to happen to him, that he was right. Peter stood up and said, no, master, I'm not going to let nothing happen to you. I'll die with you. Jesus told him, shut up, Satan, because he saw that Satan told him. Jesus could read his mind, and Satan told him to say that. Like, get away from me, Satan. So Jesus, on two occasions, like day and night. I remember that song. I only could be with you. Only. I remember that song. Who was it? Tony. I don't know. Song back in the day. But that's two occasions that I told you about. Two occasions. Where Jesus not only changed the name of somebody that he could have just killed. Peter said that he would die for Jesus. Jesus told him, before you hear a rooster crow, you're going to deny me 3 times. That alone was enough to take him out. That alone. But Jesus knew that even though he was a coward, when Jesus came back, that emboldened him. Now he a teacher, and he made them the head. Kept asking him. Since he denied him 3 times, he asked him, will you love me? Yes, Lord, I love you. Will you feed my sheep? Yes, I will. Do you love me, Simon? Yes, I do. Will you feed my sheep? He asked him that 3 times. Because the same way that he died, Jesus then. For him to see Jesus come back from death, that cowardice got to go out the window. And he went and he boldly. St. Paul, being a great Roman, just being somebody going around talking about Jesus, gave it up. Excellent. You disobey God, things don't work out right. That's why people have so much tragedy and calamity. Y'all understand? So, while that song was playing, I hurried up and pulled up 2 new things. Hopefully these fit more with what I was talking about. Open mouth and zerk foot. If you feel like you can't stop yourself from saying inappropriate, rude, or downright embarrassing things, use these 7 strategies for reining in impulsive speech and unwelcome spontaneity. If you have adult attention deficit disorder, hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, or live with someone who does, you know that being spontaneous is part of the package. Most of the time, this is a good thing. It's what helps us to think on our feet and to brainstorm outside the box solutions to thorny problems. When it comes to speech, however, wait a minute. How long we been on, y'all? Hold on a sec. How long we been on? All right, 4 hours. Sit down, baby. I asked you to go sit down, man. Go to sleep. Take your butt to sleep. Take your butt. Take your butt. Take your butt to sleep. Don't be a creep. Just take your butt. Take your butt. Take your butt. All right, y'all. We can't go over 6 hours. We've been here 4 hours and 54 minutes. I'm going to do these 2 articles and then we'll get out of here. All right. When it comes to speech, however, spontaneity has a downside. I was reminded of that during a recent coaching session. As a client walked into my office, she noticed my newly highlighted hair. Awesome hairdo, she said. It really hides the gray. After an awkward silence, we both burst out laughing. I told her, you're supposed to say, awesome hairdo. You look beautiful. Not every case of impulsive speech is funny. Ever congratulate a woman only to discover she's not expecting a child? Ever badmouth a dish at a potluck dinner only to discover you're speaking to the person who made it? Once I ruined a surprise toga party, don't ask, by accidentally mentioning it to the guest of honor. You already know not to talk politics or religion at social gatherings. Here are some other things to watch what you say. Make sure you know the topic before joining in the conversation. When you begin with, I know what you mean, and then go on to say the opposite of what was just said, it makes for an awkward moment. Don't speak or speak slowly until you know exactly what you intend to say. Don't be too quick to share intimate information. As my grandmother used to say, if you wouldn't want to see what you just said on the front page of a newspaper, don't say it at all. If you're angry, wait until you cool down before having a discussion. To keep from shouting when you're excited, take a breath and aim for a whisper instead. If you offend someone, apologize at once. Remember, a good apology does not come with an excuse. Right away, that was rude. Please forgive me. Wrong way. Sorry I said that. I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. It's a wonder I can even think straight. Read that again. If you offend someone, apologize at once. Remember, a good apology does not come with an excuse. Right away, that was rude. Please forgive me. Wrong way. Sorry I said that. I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. It's a wonder I can even think straight. Bring pencil and paper to important meetings. Jot down your comments and share them with coworkers at your leisure. If your emails are getting you in trouble, save them in the draft folder for 24 hours before sending them. When asked your opinion, say, give me a moment to think about that. The extra second or two buys you time to come up with an appropriate response. Avoid gossip. A friend posted a sign outside a cubicle that read, updates on the grandchildren, good news and funny jokes are welcome. Gossip, complaints, and jokes, and bad taste are not. Last but not least, if you're throwing a surprise party, good luck. That was it. Whew. That's what we just read. Mm-hmm. No, I'm just retarded. What? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I'm not going to subscribe. That's okay. All right, let's look at the CV numbers. You got 8,520,307 known cases of the CV in the United States. 226,149 people have died. The numbers reset yet? Yep. Look at them numbers. God. Look at them numbers. Oops. All right. California, 3,744. They lost 27. Texas, 5,612. Texas is coming for California. They less than 2,000 apart. They picked up 5,612 new cases. They lost 81 people. Florida picked up 3,662 new cases. They lost 85 people. New York, 1,298 new cases. They lost 10. Illinois, 3,714 new cases. They lost 41. Georgia on my mind. They picked up 1,128. They lost 17 people today. Nothing could be finer than going to a diner in North Carolina. North Carolina, 1,578. They lost 53 people. Tennessee, Tennessee, Tennessee. Arrested Development. They picked up 1,508 new cases. They lost 30. Arizona, 1,040. They lost 7. New Jersey, 1,144. They lost 18. Pennsylvania, 1,579. They lost 28. Ohio, 2013. They lost 8. Wisconsin, 4,591. They lost 33 today. Louisiana, 699. They lost 6. Alabama, 1,043. They lost 16. Virginia, 926. They lost 28. Missouri, 2,041. They lost 38. Michigan, what up, though? They picked up 1,871. They lost 20. South Carolina, 884. They lost 35. Indiana, ooh-wee, snacks. They picked up 1,498 new cases. They lost 48 people today. Massachusetts picked up 976 people today, new cases. They lost 5 people today. My state of Maryland, my sweet old state of Maryland. We picked up 590 new and 9 died. Thank God I ain't one of them. What are we to do? Oh, Maryland, my sweet little state of Maryland. We so close to New York. Don't let the numbers distort the view of cases that we've had. If you didn't know we live next to New York, it would be sad. Minnesota, 1,092. They lost 7. M-I. Crooked letter, I. Crooked letter, I. Humpback, I. Mississippi, they picked up 730 new cases, lost 31. Oklahoma picked up 1,475 and lost 18. Iowa, they playing in the cornfields of Iowa, 948. They lost 17. Washington State, 505 new cases. They lost 20. Arkansas, 844 new cases. They lost 14. Utah, 1,081. They lost 5. Nevada, 656. They lost 15. Kentucky, shucky ducky Kentucky. They picked up 1,297. They lost 16. Colorado, picked up 1,208. They lost 2. Kansas picked up 239. They lost 24. They lost 24. What are you doing, Dorothy and the Scarecrow? Where's Toto? Connecticut, who's the boss? 434. They lost 5. Nebraska, 592. Lost 11. Idaho, where the potatoes grow. Idaho. Inbred family, the women all slow. Hey, ladies, Idaho, 873. They lost 4 people. Oregon, 342. They lost 5. New Mexico, roll letter M, Mexico. They picked up 597 new cases and lost 7. South Dakota, 621 new cases. They lost 7. North Dakota, 1,029. They lost 4. Rhode Island, you gotta roll to Mars. Rhode Island picked up 302 cases. They lost 5. Montana, 703. Lost 11. Delaware, 129. They lost 2. West Virginia, 226. They lost 9. District of Columbia, 50 new cases, and they lost 1. Hawaii, 88 cases. They lost 2. Alaska, 211. No losses. New Hampshire, 82. No losses. Wyoming, 215, they picked up 4. Maine, 27, no losses. Vermont, 10, no losses. Puerto Rico, gotta roll that off. Puerto Rico picked up 693 cases and they lost 1. No stats for the Virgin Islands, the Mariana Islands. They picked up 2, no losses. No stats for the military. Veteran Affairs, 571. They lost 26. Federal prisons, 277 new cases a day. They lost none. And last but not least, Navajo Nation, they picked up 14 cases a day and they lost 1. I said they lost 1. Man, hold on. Tired. Oh, excuse me. All right, our total for the whole country, 8,520,307 new cases, 61,429, 226,149 deaths in the United States, 917 died today. We lost 917. Man, that's rough right there. Oh, excuse me. Alrighty, y'all. I'm starting to yawn. I'm starting to go to sleep. What is it, 11 o'clock? Alright, y'all. I gave y'all 5 hours of content. Not to mention probably 25 minutes of the first show. So, I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. Hope to see y'all later on today for the Bible study at 5 p.m. I hope to see y'all there. Be there or be square. Alright, everybody. Y'all have a great night, and we are out. Appreciate everybody to watch. Don't forget to like, sub, and subscribe. If you like the show, you want to show support, got Patreon, got PayPal, Cash App, Dream Element, that one you want to use. Also, Super Chat. If I want to donate. And having been said, I will see y'all later on today. I'm dead tired. I mean, I was trying not to nod out when I was reading them articles, but I hung in there. So, all right, y'all. Bible study, 5 p.m. tomorrow, or later on today, whichever one you call it. Y'all have a great night. I'll see you.